By the Odyssey app.
KFXX KWJJ HD2 Portland, an Odyssey sports station. Now from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, lots of news in the NFL today, including the New York Giants cutting Daniel Jones at the quarterback's request. He's still owed $69 million over the next 2 years. The 49ers, meanwhile, will be without both Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa this Sunday when they visit Lambeau Field. Purdy out with an injury to his throwing shoulder, making Brandon Allen QB1 against Green Bay. 49ers have been favored in 36 straight regular season games. That streak likely coming to an end. One game on the Big Ten slate tonight as Purdue visits Michigan State at 5 on Fox, but the big matchup in the conference this weekend is in Columbus as number 5 Indiana visits number 2 Ohio State. They'll kick it off at 9 a.m. with the Buckeyes favored by 10.5. Winner of that game likely to play number 1 Oregon in the Big Ten championship game. And the Blazers back at it tonight in the NBA Cup. They visit the Houston Rockets. Matisse Thybulle out for Portland. DeAndre Ayton is doubtful. Scoot Henderson, Ant Simons, and Jeremy Grant all questionable. Tip-off at 5 o'clock. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 99.5 FM HD2 and enjoy high def 1080 The Fan.
We got them right where we want it.
Primetime on Football Friday.
No one comes into our house and pushes us around.
1080 The Fan.
How you play today, from this moment on, is how you will be remembered.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, follow 1080 The Fan, and enable push notifications to get the latest on the Ducks, Beavers, Blazers, and more.
Football Friday with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up? Good Friday. What's going on with you guys today?
Plugging stuff in.
Sounds like Buck's fighting for his life over
Are you
there.
done?
Still.
Are you dying?
I thought I sounded
okay?
better today. Is that not the case? Maybe not.
I think slightly.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Slightly.
I think you've moved from cat aids to maybe like kitten aids. You know,
Oh,
it's,
that sounds cute.
yeah, it's getting slightly better. You know.
Are you
telling
sure you're not dying?
No, I'm not. It's possible.
Well, we're all dying. It's just a matter of time.
Are you dying rapidly?
Again, I'm not sure.
Will you be here next week?
I hope so.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
Going to the coast.
Why?
Because my dad, stepmom, stepsister, and her boyfriend are all coming up from the Bay Area and didn't really have enough room at our house for everybody and thought, let's dirty someone else's kitchen and sleep in someone else's beds.
Why
So
don't you get Papa Buckley to buy you a bigger house? Just be like, hey, what are we doing?
you would think with my privilege that would be what we're doing here, but no, we're going to go.
You're getting free
We
bikes.
got an
I think.
Airbnb in Manzanita, so we're going to be there for 3 or 4
Nice.
days.
Tasty.
Don't get hit by a sneaker wave.
Try not to.
Rest that voice, okay? A little worried about you.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's a little rough. It's a little rough.
A little worried. What's going on? Friday show, big show.
Big show.
I would say.
Really big show. Hot Daniel Jones news.
Yeah, I'm seeing that up on the telly there.
Yeah.
They released him, huh?
The Giants. Well, he
At his
asked.
request.
Yeah, he was like, look. Well, the only reason they benched him is like he's got a $23 million injury guarantee. So it's like it wasn't.
What does that mean?
Had he got hurt, they're going to release him at the end of the year, but he's got injury guarantee. So if he were to play and get hurt, they would be on the hook for $23 million. He ain't getting hurt. There is zero chance.
He's a good agent.
Yes, there is zero chance. Well, they gave him $43 million a year. And I
Wait.
like that Daniel Jones was like, dude, what do you want from me? He's like, I didn't, like, they gave it to me.
So how much? So he got a bunch of money,
He got a bunch of money.
and he, obviously in the NFL, it's like we give you these contracts, but then there's a guaranteed portion, or like a signing bonus or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Like
the only thing that matters is guaranteed money.
yeah, guaranteed money. So he gets, I don't know what he got guaranteed,
We're going to look it up for you.
but it was a lot of
Yes.
millions.
Yes.
And then you're saying on top of that,
No,
even
no.
though he got the guaranteed money,
Yeah.
if he got hurt, he would get another $23 million guaranteed.
Yeah, because so most contracts have clauses in them that are guaranteed for various injuries, and so you do see this sometimes where you're like, dude, we are not. We can't afford you to get hurt. You're not in our long-term plans. You know that we're moving away from it. So, they just it's if you do get hurt, there's no incentive for Daniel Jones to do anything other than be hurt. Because he's not getting that money. His guaranteed money is gone.
Yeah.
Most of the time, by the time you get to
But if he got hurt, he would have gotten more.
Yes.
So that's why they benched him.
Yes.
And then he's like, well, okay, I get that, but
yeah, we're not doing
just
this.
cut me.
Yeah, just
so that way I can go play somewhere else.
Yeah, but
Because
no
he's
one's
not going to get claimed on waivers.
No.
But he will. So then he'll be a free agent and he can sign a cheap deal somewhere like Baker Mayfield did a couple years ago with the Rams.
Yeah. So in the offseason, if you wanted to, he will be available for fairly cheap. He'll be one of those mid guys, and we've seen some success. Geno
Well,
had-
wait. Just to clarify,
Yeah.
he can go somewhere this year. He can clear waivers.
Yes.
And he'll become a free agent. If somebody, like there's a lot of teams out there with no quarterback.
Yeah.
And maybe the Raiders bring him in, or maybe the Panthers, or maybe the Cowboys. Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah.
The Cowboys bring him in.
I just don't
and
know.
And he's really good for them
People said Jerry should bring him in for the Thanksgiving game.
against the Giants.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I just don't know at this point what his market is. I mean, I guess if you bring him in now, you
He's
get him,
next
you get
to
him
nothing.
for nothing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how many times have we seen a quarterback cost nothing?
Yeah.
And somebody will take a flyer on that. I mean, Baker was pennies on the dollar at the time, and
Yeah,
Russell Wilson was pennies on the dollar. Steelers like, fine, let's do that.
Sure, but let's also be fair to those quarterbacks. They're not Daniel Jones. Like,
Yeah, but come on, you tell me he can't be a backup? Of course he can.
he'll be a backup somewhere, but no one. I don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So somebody brings him in. Like, there's a lot of really bad quarterback situations.
Sure.
Look no further than the Colts. Maybe the Colts bring him in to back up Richardson.
Yeah.
And punt on Joe Flacco.
Yeah. He got $81 million in guarantees when he signed his deal. So
He's a rich man.
he's a rich man. So they'll
Is he married?
They'll take the hit, and he'll get a chance next year to prove it somewhere.
Well, again, maybe this year.
I do not think he will be brought in this year to start somewhere.
Well, I didn't say to start.
Yeah.
I just said,
Sure.
there's a lot of bad quarterback situations. So you
Yes.
bring him in, and who knows? Maybe somebody gets hurt, or maybe they do start him. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's possible.
There's, the last 5 or 6 games for certain teams they're just throwaway games. It's like,
Sure.
well, let's tinker. Let's see what we got in this guy. Let's see if this guy can pick up our offense or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he can. He's got good legs. So I mean,
Are they hot?
I'll bet
Sexy
you.
legs?
I'll bet you they're sexy legs. So maybe someone that I don't know that runs more of a mobile quarterback system. Yeah, maybe you could bring him in on the dirt cheap and have him be an emergency guy. Have him be a backup. But yeah, I just when you look at the mid-tier quarterback level next year, I don't know how many of those guys are going to be out there. We've seen a little bit of a resurgence lately, like with Marcus, obviously Baker, Geno. I mean, Sam Darnold had a nice run there, although he's kind of becoming Sam Darnold again in Minnesota. And I don't know what that market's going to be this offseason. Because like Darnold will be available. Does Geno figure long-term in Seattle's plan? And so I think Daniel Jones will probably have to get in line and wait and see how all the dominoes fall. And he'll be the green bean casserole of Thanksgiving in that he will just be left. And if there's nothing else to eat, someone may take a scoop of it because you're hungry and it's there. And it's not the worst thing in the world, but no one really wants to eat. It's healthy. Yeah, no one really wants to eat.
Did you see that Daniel Jones, right after he got cut or released by the Giants, he was on the Cowboys website?
What?
Yeah.
How's that?
Well, they put him on their team. He was on their roster, on their website, and somebody noticed it, and it went viral, and they took it down.
They took it down?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's one that actually does.
He had a player page, on their...
I mean, look, I don't know if you've seen any of Cooper Rush or if your eyes are allergic to it, but...
Well, that's what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Like, throw him out there for next Thursday.
Yeah.
Revenge game. Let's go.
No, I mean, there's... you're not going to learn a system in that time, but
No.
does it really matter? Yeah, that one could make sense. I could see Dallas doing that because it can't be any worse than Cooper
Well,
Rush.
Stephen Jones...
Also,
Jerry's...
you asked if Daniel Jones is married. He has a longtime girlfriend who played lacrosse at Duke, where he went to college.
Oh, okay. Stephen Jones, Jerry's son, was asked about Daniel Jones, and he said, "Well, I think Cooper gives us the best chance to win games, and we really
be smoking something over there.
We really want to see what Trey Lance is doing." And of course, long term, we're married to Dak.
Well, they are married to Dak. I think if you're Daniel, you're just trying to hope that you can pull a Sam Darnold. And I don't think I want to go to Dallas. I would try to land someplace where you have good structure around you and a good coaching staff, and you can prove that you deserve a second shot. Because at this point, I think Daniel Jones is viewed as a bust, and he's viewed as a backup, and he should feel very fortunate that for some reason, we talked about this. I'm wrong a million times on the show, but I will go back and I planted my flag on this. I said when he signed that deal, I said in 2 years this will be viewed as an atrocious contract, and they bid against themselves. No one was giving Daniel Jones $40 million, and I mean no one. And those dumbasses chose to sign Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, and not Saquon Barkley. Good luck to you.
It was certainly widely panned at the time.
Yes.
But hey, enough sports. Here on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
Sports.
Enough of that.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Garbage takes.
Yeah, someone was like, "What is with all this
You
sports?"
piece of garbage.
Well, I looked up and there was Daniel Jones, and then we started talking about it.
Daniel Jones.
That's Malik Neighbors saying Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Got his name wrong upon being drafted.
Daniel Jones.
Hey, how you feeling? Not to get into more sports, but did you see Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa are out?
Not great. Not great.
How you feel about that?
Not great.
Going into Green Bay?
Not great.
With Brandon Allen?
Is Brock officially out?
Yes.
They ruled him out.
He's out.
They just ruled him out today.
And so is Nick Bosa.
I saw Bosa, but I did not see
But
that
Kittle
that Brock.
active, so Brandon Allen will have him out there.
The
I'm a little
only
worried.
the only good thing is that division sucks, so you got that going for you.
ESPN pointed out on their website, Niners have been favored in 36 straight regular season games. That likely to be ending this weekend.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, they're
probably.
catching points.
Yeah.
Catching a field goal, probably more now.
One would think that's not good.
Brandon Allen, what college?
Is he Wisconsin?
Nope.
Virginia?
Nope.
North Carolina State.
Nope.
Is it a
Nope.
directional school?
No, he went to Arkansas.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Do you remember him
all.
at Arkansas?
I do not.
No.
Yeah.
Were
I
they
don't
really
think.
bad? They must have been really bad.
I wonder if his parents even remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember that. For whatever reason, wasn't there an
probably do.
Allen at Wisconsin? Am I like crazy? I
Allen?
thought there was an Allen that quarterbacked Wisconsin.
Maybe.
I felt actually pretty confident.
Sounds right.
When you said that, I felt pretty confident that Wisconsin was going to ring a bell.
Is that Braylon Allen?
Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
He was a running back.
No, I was thinking quarterback. I don't know why. Well, there's no such thing as a memorable Wisconsin quarterback, not named Russell Wilson. So,
Who is the greatest quarterback in Wisconsin history?
Russell Wilson,
No question.
no question. Who else has been there?
Well, I don't know. That's why I asked.
No,
Jim
it's,
Sorgi?
it's Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was really, really good.
But wasn't he only there for a year?
Yeah. So, find me another Wisconsin quarterback.
Why are you yelling? I don't know. I
I
just
don't
asked.
like this. I don't
Couldn't
like
even
you-
win a Rose Bowl.
Wow, look at that. I think he was Big Ten Player of the Year.
I think he was too.
Yeah, when you think of quarterbacks at Wisconsin, you think of
Scott
Russell Wilson.
Tolzien. That's who you think of. Scott Tolzien.
Brooks Bollinger.
Yeah, I remember Brooks Bollinger.
Jim Sorgi, as Buckley mentioned there.
By the way, the answer to this question is going to continue to be Russell Wilson.
Some guy named John Stocco.
Yeah,
I love that name.
Tyler Donovan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, starting to
Alan Everidge.
starting to feel
Scott Tolzien.
It's starting to look a lot like Russell.
Russ there.
I mean, it's definitely Russ.
Danny O'Brien.
No, but it's Russ. I like John Stocco though, and they all look exactly the same.
Yeah, John Stocco might as well be a clone of Jim Sorgi.
Boy, they really do all look the same, don't
Boy,
they?
is Russell? At least Russell Wilson was black.
Yes.
You know, at least you did that.
Black man.
I mean, for God's sakes, Wisconsin.
Maybe they should go that route.
Something. Exactly. The next time Wisconsin's recruiting a quarterback, be like, look, we love you, but you're far too white, and we can't keep doing this. Like, we're just, at some point, we have to say enough's enough. And that it blows me away that a program as good as Wisconsin that's had success and has been to Rose Bowls, like, that's a really good school. Like, that's the best you can come up with? Alex Hornibrook, for God's sakes?
Oh, yeah, Hornibrook.
I mean, it's just...
I think Graham Mertz was there for a hot minute.
Mertz?
Yeah.
I mean, for God's sakes, Wisconsin, somebody find someone with some rhythm that can dance and play a little quarterback. It's embarrassing.
So they have Russell Wilson as the best. These are the top 20 quarterback seasons in Wisconsin football history.
Yeah.
And Russell Wilson's is not even close. It's number one.
Yeah.
Number two is John Stocco from 2005.
Great John Stocco.
Did you know
2005.
that Darrell Bevel quarterbacked there?
Do you think if you
Wow.
No, I did not. Do you think if you go to a Wisconsin game that there's a John Stocco jersey somewhere in the crowd? Like
No.
I don't know. Like I would like to believe that there's like an old time Badger fan that's like, the glory days of Stocco. Let's do it.
Apparently, Bevel beat UCLA in the Rose Bowl in '93.
See, terrible.
What a monster.
Jeez, Louise.
Who's their greatest player then?
Greatest
Ron
player?
Dane
Ron
was,
Dane, probably.
Yeah, he was amazing.
Are you serious?
Well, Russell Wilson, but I'm talking
J.J.
about.
Watt?
I
I'm
was
talking
gonna
about.
say, are you forgetting the Watt brothers?
Oh yeah, the Watts.
they do
That's
it.
right.
Yeah, everyone forgets because Aaron Donald, like J.J. Watt got Nadal.
Where did he start? He started at Central Michigan or something?
Yeah, they both were tight ends.
Yeah, I knew
And-
JJ was.
And
That's wild.
but like he got, well, I guess he didn't get Nadal, then he would have gotten Federered, because J.J. Watt had a case to be the greatest defensive lineman of all time. And then while he was still playing, this son of a bitch, Aaron Donald, came along and was like, yeah. Remember how people said you might be the greatest of all time, like right there with Reggie White? I'm better than you, and you're still playing. It was like, J.J. Watt was insane. We just forget about it because Aaron Donald was more insane. And then here comes T.J. Watt, who is a surefire Hall of Famer too. So the correct answer to who's the best Wisconsin player ever, it's J.J. Watt with a side of T.J. Watt, and then what?
Well, they're not number one on this list. I'm looking at here. Top 10 all time. Oh, I guess these are from Wisconsin, just the state. So they have Mike Webster on here, but
yeah.
Oh, and then Crazy Legs Hirsch too. But from the University of Wisconsin, you're probably right.
University of Wisconsin. I mean, there can't, unless I'm just, my head is squarely planted somewhere.
No,
He's
there's
gonna
probably
go
get him one of those Milwaukee Butter Hogs.
I got a list. We got Paul Gruber,
Hank Aaron.
Al Toon. I remember Al Toon.
Do you remember Hank Aaron?
I do remember Hank Aaron. We got Troy Vincent. There's Russ. Oh, this stupid ad. Ken Bowman, who is a center. They got J.J. Watt number 5. I'm interested to see who's 4. Oh, well. All right.
Russ?
Joe Thomas.
Oh, Joe Thomas.
Yeah, Joe Thomas is pretty good.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, and then Alan Amici, and then Crazy Legs Hirsch, which, whatever.
What do you mean, whatever?
Well, I mean,
he was awesome.
And then
his legs were crazy.
And they do have Mike Webster. So
what?
Oh, so that's the state though.
That's
no.
Is
Is that the school?
These are, I think these are all Badgers.
Are you sure?
Yeah, pretty sure.
I don't sense confidence from you.
Well, this says the all-time. I guess it says from Wisconsin. That is.
Yeah, I think that's the state.
But it says the brilliant list of Badgers finest. All those other guys played at Wisconsin, so I would assume these guys did too.
I mean, if you're from Wisconsin, you probably went to Wisconsin.
Yeah.
You know.
Mike Webster and Joe Thomas were the only two that I would entertain. Joe Thomas was really
It's
good.
really interesting to think about, like you had me thinking about J.J. Watt in college, and I don't really even remember him in college. I mean, I remember him playing, but I don't, nothing stands out. I know he's good, but and then I was watching Myles Garrett last night, who continues to get more and more jacked. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah,
how jacked that
it's
guy.
becoming kind of silly.
It's unbelievable. He looks like freaking Hulk Hogan, or not Hulk Hogan, but the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, he's
large. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, he is bigger and more muscular.
Sounds about right.
Anyway, I remember him in college.
Yeah.
With A&M, and then you think about the Boses in college. I mean, I was like, you just think about them from college, and it's like Clowney got more love than all those guys.
100%.
In college, I mean.
Yes. Well, and sometimes you can be a really good college player, and then you get to the next level, and it's like it's sometimes you just don't see it coming. You're like a late bloomer, like J.J. Watt, again, started at Central Michigan. He was a tight end, and he transferred to Wisconsin, and it took a little bit, and then he popped at Wisconsin, and he got drafted on potential, and then next thing you know, look out, here he comes. But yeah, his last year, he had 21 tackles for loss, 7 sacks, so it was a big year, but he wasn't, I don't think anyone saw J.J. Watt being that J.J. Watt.
Well, I was trying to transition to less sports, and it didn't work.
No, did not.
We are so...
But we did get John Stocco in there. So,
yeah. Did you have John Stocco on the bingo card today?
No one
out
did.
there
No one did.
in Radio Land. Hey, listen, you just never know, huh?
No, you
We're
don't.
just we're sports guys here.
Yeah.
Big time sports.
Sports behind the cheddar curtain.
Joey Harrington will be joining us today at 4:30. Believe me, I will not forget to tee him up for the poop story
No, we need
that he has been teasing.
We need it.
And we'll find out how he feels about Dan Lanning's aggressive nature. But, we got Jameis audio, weekend, football and stuff.
I love Jameis. He's
great.
He's quickly becoming my favorite non-real football
He's
player.
kind of entertaining, isn't
Yes.
he? The man of increase.
I love him. I can't get enough of him.
Yeah, so
Being a man of increase.
we'll get to that, and we'll start with the poll question pertaining to college football this weekend, next on The Fan.
The home
knew that I wouldn't. I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't.
Being a man of increase.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
on 1080 The Fan.
We'll get to some hot Jameis Winston talk coming up. Also, there's something from that game last night, and I thoroughly, I don't know about you, I thoroughly enjoyed that game.
Yeah.
A snow game is it's just great.
Oh, Jameis loved the snow game too.
It's just, I don't know what it is about snow that it just changes everything, and the drama, it's just a blast.
Because we didn't have it at the beginning. It was snowing, but nothing was sticking. And then in the second half, it was like, hey, by the way, welcome to the blizzard.
Oh my God, so good.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get to that. Somebody asking us to talk greatest Iowa football players next. You ask, you shall receive.
Yeah. You want hot Iowa breakdown?
I have a list from Hawkeye.
Are they all tight ends?
HawkeyesWire.com. No, but Dallas Clark is the highest tight end. He's number 4.
Well, you got Dallas Clark, you got George Kittle, you got Sam Laporta.
You got TJ Hawkinson.
Yeah.
Kittle's not on here, and
Really?
I don't know why. Well, number 1, according to HawkeyesWire.com, the greatest Iowa Hawkeye
Chuck
player
Long.
of all time. He's number 2.
Is he really?
Chuck's number 2.
Well, I wonder if they're doing just what you did at Iowa.
Niall Kinnick.
Oh, of Kinnick Stadium, I guess. There you go.
Yeah. They're obviously not taking into account
Anybody?
NFL career.
Niall Kinnick, Chuck Long, Bob Sanders.
Robert Gallery.
Bob Sanders right there?
Yeah, I didn't know
Robert
that
Gallery
either.
Wasn't any good.
Well, nobody. He was at Iowa.
He was at Iowa. They Marshall Yanda, though, who is one of the best guards to ever play, he played there. I know that.
Dallas Clark, Andre Tippett,
I forgot about Andre Tippett.
and Alex Karras.
Oh,
You
of Webster
Yeah,
fame?
I think so. Isn't
Yeah,
that the same guy?
That is the same guy. He also got suspended with Paul Horning for being involved with the mob.
That's right.
Brandon Sheriff, Brian Bulaga.
Who do you guys want us to do next?
Oh,
Illinois?
wait, didn't the Buccaneers tackle?
Merton Hanks.
No, Merton Hanks. No, the Tristan Wirfs. He was an Iowa guy.
He was?
Yeah.
This list must be old.
Iowa puts out sneaky. They're like Pitt. They put out sneaky good.
This is last
Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
This is last year. No DeJean, no Wirfs, no Kittle.
Yeah. See, Iowa puts out sneaky good players. You know, they don't win crap,
Tyler Linderbaum, the center for the Ravens.
but yeah, they do a nice job. Go Hawkeyes.
Hawkeyes. All right, on X at 1080 The Fan, that is where we put our poll question every day. Yesterday we asked you who is the best team in the SEC, and the winner of that was Georgia. You guys think Georgia is the best team in the SEC?
The Bulldogs.
41%.
I just don't. Carson Beck to me,
He's having a rough year, isn't
he's
he?
having a rough year. Throws a lot of interceptions.
I wonder
and
why.
Just doesn't necessarily look the part. Well,
What's gotten into him? He's dating that. He's dating one of those.
One of the Cavenders.
The Cavender twins.
That's probably why. His eyes off the ball. The weapons aren't nearly what they've been in the past, and they don't run the ball quite the same way. And I think, I mean, quarterbacks, I can't. There's not a lot of quarterbacks that truly elevate offenses. There just isn't. And so when the product around you isn't as good, sometimes you end up having to try to do more. And I think when you watch him, I think he's trying to make too many plays. And when you play outside of a system like that, it comes back to bite
well,
you.
when you win a championship, 2.
He didn't win 2.
Who was the first quarterback?
Stetson Bennett.
Oh, that's right, Stetsy.
Stetsy Bennett.
Your
right.
guy, Stetsy.
You're right. But when you win a championship, it probably, a little bit of that goes to your head.
Well, you got a lot of pressure, and people thought he was going to be the number 1 pick.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And he goes, if
Got to prove that.
he might want to come back. it's
Get
not
some NIL money.
Yeah, it's not going to go well for him at the
So the
draft
Cavenders
evaluation.
are in. Were they in Florida? Were they in Miami?
They were in
Miami.
Miami.
And then the other one's dating Jake Ferguson, the tight end for the Cowboys.
It's good to be them.
Really?
It's good to be Carson Beck. It's good to be all those guys.
So Georgia got 41%, Alabama 22%, Ole Miss 20%, and Texas 17%.
No love, huh?
Today, 17% of the love.
Yeah, I guess a little love.
Today we're asking you who pulls it off this weekend. 4 potential upsets: Florida over Ole Miss, Indiana over Ohio State, Minnesota over Penn State, or Army over Notre Dame.
Army, baby.
Yeah?
The Black Knights.
Now, do you really believe
No,
that,
not
or
at
are you
all.
rooting for that?
I'm rooting for it.
Okay, but what do you really believe?
I love my military academies, and I root for Army every day except for when they play Navy. Go to hell. Go Navy, beat Army, and that would be the best thing to happen. If I had the monkey fist sports wish, it would be Army beating Notre Dame. But no, that will not happen. Notre Dame, what's the spread on that?
14.
14 and a half. 14?
I'll lay the points. Like they're
I just think talent-wise.
Yeah,
I mean, Army's a good team, but
they're
come
gonna
on.
they're gonna drill them.
We've already seen this game.
Yes.
Notre Dame played Navy, and they kicked the crap out of
them.
So Indiana, that.
Minnesota over Penn State.
Oh, really? Okay. If you're following the point spreads, Indiana has been getting bet hard in the last 24 to 48 hours, mainly likely because of the center for Ohio State who got hurt. But that line's down to 10. There's a lot of people jumping on.
It's a 3-point line move.
Yeah, a lot of people jumping on the Hoosiers.
I will, and I get it. I mean, Indiana has looked really good. I can't get it out of my head. Because I said I did not watch Indiana play until they played Nebraska. And I watched that game and went, whoa. I mean, they hammered Nebraska. And I did you got my attention. And then I'm trying to think who was next. I think they played Washington was mixed in there, and that was all right. But I actually sat down. The 2 times I've watched Indiana all year where I watched the game was Nebraska, was really impressed. And then Michigan, who I'm not impressed with, Michigan should have beat them. Like, they had them. And so I just can't get that out of my head that Michigan made their offense look very pedestrian. And if Michigan had any offense at all, they beat Indiana, and they beat them going away. And that was at Indiana. And now you're asking them to go to the shoe and play a team that's way more talented than what Michigan's offering. And yes, I know the O-line is jumbled, and that is a concern. In fact, that may be enough in a neutral Big Ten championship game for me to take Oregon in that game.
Yeah.
I look at the way Ohio State's O-line was when they played Nebraska.
Oregon's probably going to be an underdog, though.
I'll take Ducks. I'll take the Ducks with this reshuffled Ohio State O-line. But you're asking Indiana to go in the shoe and beat that team. I don't buy it.
I don't either.
Because when you look at the overall talent composition of this, I'm willing to guess that there may not be one single player on Indiana's roster that Ohio State recruited. Not one. And I know coaching matters and all that, and scheme and fit and all those things matter, but there's a reason why Dave Bartu picks 80% of games, correct? Simply based on coach and talent ranking. And this is where the cream will rise and Ohio State will beat Indiana. But Minnesota and Penn State, Minnesota's not as bad as that's not a bad team. And
they have good defense.
Yeah.
And this is one of those classic November games where Penn State will get taken down to the wire.
Yes.
You can just feel it.
And Penn State, I've said it all year. I'm just not a Penn State believer. I think their offense is dreadful. I think Drew Aller is maybe the most overrated player since Christian Hackenberg, and that's saying something. Welcome to Penn State. And this isn't even against my Penn State bias because I don't like Penn State. I just haven't been impressed with them all year, where I really think that Penn State easily could have 3 losses on the year. But they're finding ways, but if one of those is going to happen, I would take Minnesota. I believe it's at Minnesota, too. And I don't know what the weather's going to be like.
That's right. It's in Minneapolis.
Indeed it is.
Is it going to be nasty weather?
Hopefully.
So
I think the Gophers are live this weekend, too.
Okay.
I mean, USC had them. I can't believe USC lost that game. Stunned that USC lost that game to Penn State.
Been a lot of games like that this year, where teams have just really gotten unlucky or blown games late.
Yeah, just
a lot of them. USC's had several.
Oh, USC.
BYU's been on the good end of several.
Yeah.
Kansas had 5 in a row.
Fan text line telling us that Ohio State has 55 4-star players and Indiana has 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why they're favored by double digits.
Yep. Yeah.
But I don't know. A lot of people.
But Signetti.
Yeah. Google me, bitch. A lot of people buying into the Hoosier hype.
I'd love it. Google me, bitch. I think it'd be awesome.
We didn't mention Florida hosting Ole Miss.
No.
A lot of people trust in Ole Miss now.
Yeah.
After what they did to Georgia.
What an exciting time.
And they're coming off a bye there.
Well, and Florida has been a decent story in that Napier hasn't been fired yet. But
they've played better than you thought. Come on.
They have played better than I thought.
But they're still
they're still bad.
5-5.
Yeah.
And I think they emptied the tank last week to beat ranked LSU, and they put it's a bad spot for Florida and a good spot for Ole Miss.
And Florida's O-line isn't very good, and they've got quarterback issues, and that's not good against arguably one of the 3 best fronts in college football.
Number one in creating havoc in college football.
Yeah, they're nasty. So I'll just get away. Get. Go Minnesota.
So dismissive.
Well, I just think it'd be great if Penn State got left out.
Oh, God!
I want
Headed
Penn State
towards Turdville.
I want Penn State to
Yeah,
lose.
you know that the witches of November will rise up at some point.
You're making me uncomfortable.
You know?
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to happen.
Yeah, there's not many good games on the slate.
Not this week.
But every time we say that,
Something happens.
this is when the witches pop up. When you look at it and you're like, there's nothing interesting, and then something dumb happens. Wake Forest is going to beat Miami, or
we just rolled, brother.
Weird thing will go down. Kentucky will beat Texas and throw the world into chaos.
All right. Poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. Who pulls it off this weekend? Florida, Indiana, Minnesota, or Army? Vote hard. Up next, Jameis Winston, the man of increase.
Being a man of increase?
Has more bits. Here's Buck.
Now, Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, lots of news in the NFL today, including the New York Giants cutting Daniel Jones at the quarterback's request. He is still owed $69 million over the next 2 years. The 49ers, meanwhile, are going to be without both Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa Sunday when they visit Green Bay. Purdy's out with a shoulder injury. It's his throwing shoulder. Brandon Allen will be QB1 against the Packers. 49ers have been favored in 36 straight regular season games. That streak coming to an end. One game on the Big Ten slate tonight as Purdue visits Michigan State at 5 o'clock on Fox. But the big matchup at the conference this weekend is in Columbus when number 5 Indiana visits number 2 Ohio State. They kick it off tomorrow at 9 a.m. with Buckeyes favored by 10.5. Winner of that game likely to play number 1 Oregon in the Big Ten title game. At Reser Stadium tomorrow, Washington State visits the Beavs. It's a 4 o'clock kickoff on the CW. Cougs favored by 11.5. And on the hardwood tonight, another NBA Cup game for the Blazers as they visit the Rockets. Matisse Thybulle's out, DeAndre Ayton doubtful, Scoot Henderson, Ant Simons, Jeremy Grant all questionable. Tip-off is at 5 o'clock. The Rockets are favored by 12.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's the Fan in your office and every room of your home. Tell your smart speaker to play 1080
You know, if you all ask, we will deliver because we owe it to you, the listener. And somebody wanted to know 2 other football teams' greatest players of all time.
Oh, okay.
We have Rutgers.
The McCourty brothers went there.
Yep. You also have Ray Rice, Kenny Britt, and Brian Leonard.
Okay.
And then someone was asking about Cal, and of course,
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, those are Tony Gonzalez.
Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, exactly.
Deshaun Jackson.
There you go.
Cal's got good ones.
Joe Ayub.
Jared Goff.
Andre Carter.
Did you know Ron Rivera played there?
I did not know Ron Rivera played there.
Cam Jordan.
Scott Fujita.
I played against Scott Fujita, who sneakily is one of probably the 5 best college players I ever played against. That son of a bitch.
He was a good player.
That guy was good.
Good little player.
He was long and rangy. He played a bunch of years in the NFL for like the Saints.
Okay, now to the man of increase, who has stolen our hearts.
He really has.
After all these years. You know, he steals crab legs, and now he's got our hearts.
Isn't it weird that guy has become like Team Jesus?
Yeah. Well, he's always been Team Jesus. It's just
Has he been Team Jesus?
Yeah.
I think so, but
Yeah.
he hasn't acted the part.
He was accused of rape. He was.
Well, but that doesn't.
He stood on the table and did the right.
Because no one whoever has followed Jesus has a
Right. Have you seen what happens in the church?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, there's no correlation there. It's just I think he's always been the Team Jesus guy. We didn't know he was such a fun personality.
We didn't know he was a man of increase.
That's right. How about less Jason Kelsey, more Jameis Winston?
I like where we're going. Jameis, the career's not going anywhere. Let's retire and become the new Jason Kelsey of media.
It's a beautiful day.
Let's do that. I'm
Okay,
ready for
so
it.
here is Jameis. Let's see. I gotta find it. This was last night before the game. This is the one where you thought he was maybe high.
Oh yeah. I don't think. Dude, my man is on something. He's just staring off into like halfway through the question, he just stares off into the distance. His eyes are always wide.
And he starts
like that.
smiling.
Oh yeah.
As if he came to an epiphany.
I know that feeling. Oh, I know that feeling.
You have said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour in a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
And then it ended up being quite a game.
Yeah.
Browns won. And the beauty of the NFL is, I mean, no one cares about the Browns. They're 2-9 or 2-8, 2-9. And yet it was, I couldn't take my eyes off of it.
No. And we all kind of thought the Steelers were coming off that big win over Baltimore, who at time we were thinking maybe is one of the 2-3 best teams in the NFL. And so you're like, man, you got to take Pittsburgh seriously, and maybe this is their division. And then they were not ready for a man of increase. They weren't.
Tough spot for them. But, you know, the snow, I love a good snow game. We need more snow games. Yeah. We need to put a stadium way up in northern Canada and make them play.
Well, they do have one in Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, north. Let's keep going.
Keep going?
Keep going up.
Somewhere in Ontario.
And just send games.
Thunder Bay.
Every team has to play there at one point in the season.
Winnipeg.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you get them, some of them like Minnesota's got the dome, but you get them in Green Bay. Obviously, you get them in Buffalo, Cleveland. You know, we got a handful, but a lot of the teams there, you know, they build domes. Aren't the Bills building a dome with their new stadium?
Ooh, they're building a new stadium. I don't know if it's a dome or not, though.
We talked about that, didn't we?
Yeah, because everyone wants
Very
a dome because then you can host.
I thought it was Chicago, though. I thought Buffalo was the one that said no.
I hope so.
We're staying outside. I thought Chicago was maybe saying we're gonna.
Chicago was talking about a dome. I'll look and see, but it's because the dome makes sense because then you can hold stuff there year round, but it lacks a certain something when you don't have to play in the.
Well, do you want to hear famous Jameis?
Oh, you know I do.
After the game,
you know I do.
Man, you know it really was amazing. Like I was just praying on the sideline because that fourth quarter, it really was like it was a whole paradigm shift. Like we were playing so well offensively, and then bang bang, back-to-back drives with turnovers, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like this is really an NFL's filmed moment. The snow starts pouring down. It starts getting like I felt like my feet started getting heavy because I'm squishing through the snow, and man, it was so good, and it was so great to end up getting that win.
I just love him.
So he's going to. I think what he's doing is angling for a post-career in broadcasting.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, I'm going to call it right now. He's great, but we will be sick of him instantly. He will go the way of Robert Griffin. He will.
Yeah.
He's going to get hired, and everybody's going to be like, "Oh, this guy's great. It was it."
It's a lot.
And then the next year, they're going to be like, "Oh my God, can they take him off my television?"
Please don't do this anymore.
I mean, we've already done that with like Romo.
Yeah.
RG3's already been fired.
Yeah, it does happen. Like the shtick wears off. That was like the beauty of Bill Walton is that he managed to keep it going. Some people didn't like him, but he was a unique guy that kept it going. But yeah, that style I could see wearing thin. But right now, dude, I am all about a man of increase. I just every time I hear that guy talk, and it's even better when you see him on video because the facial expressions.
His eyes are so wide all
Yes.
the time. He's just like, he's wild-eyed.
I am convinced that he is just on psychedelic substances.
All the uppers.
All the time. That dude is just on. He is just ripping stuff left and right. It's just he just looks off into space as he's talking. I love it. He's eating W's, and I'm upset that it took us this long to appreciate him.
Well, he stepped in it for a while there, right?
Yeah, but even back in the day, man, he's eating W's. We should have known when he was eating W's. Nom, 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 nom. We should have known that he was great.
Am I misremembering? Was there a rape thing with him?
Yeah.
That was the big thing in Tallahassee.
Yeah,
right?
there was we had the crab legs, and then he stood on the table and said right in the,
F him right in the P.
Yeah, and then there was a sexual assault allegation, and we don't know whatever what happened.
It just kind of went away.
But Florida State
No
did
way.
not handle it.
I remember talking about all that, but that was around him.
That was around him.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
what a comeback.
Yeah. Yeah, someone's saying if it doesn't work out in broadcasting, you can go to a mega church. Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Dude, put that guy on like the 700 Club, and you'll get some donations rolling in. Because that dude's going to talk about some Jesus, and he'll get some money in there, too.
Hey, I mentioned Jason Kelsey. I've got a Jason Kelsey note.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
You hate
I don't hate
Jason
him.
Kelsey. You do.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I think he's great, and he's a great personality. They're oversaturating us with Jason Kelsey. There's a difference. There are people in the lexicon of sports that I really dislike, like Stephen A. Like I see his face, I turn it off.
Sure.
Kelsey, I can consume. I just think there's too much of him. Well, there's about to be more.
All right. When we come back.
We'll be right back on The Fan.
The Seahawks make a rivalry breakthrough.
Gino gets the snap, looks, steps up, gonna run, 10, 5, Gino, touchdown, Seahawks!
Now, who wants to win the NFC West?
Hey, what's up? Welcome back to our show. It is our show. Isaac and Sue, hello. I was telling you about Jason Kelsey. Can't get enough.
You starting to get an axe to grind. You are.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, he's a bit. You know who I liken him to? I liken, or the thing that I liken him to is the Kenny Wheaton's Gonna Score video.
Yeah.
While amazing and a pivotal moment in Oregon football history.
Absolutely.
Think about all of the different things that have happened since then that you could highlight at Oregon.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I feel that way about Jason Kelsey. It's like, okay, great moment in time. You know, he's an analyst now and kind of had his bit during the Super Bowl there with Taylor Swift and everything. But let's move on to other highlights. Like, are there other people? Do we have to keep playing the video? Do we have to keep forcing Jason Kelsey down our throat? I mean, it's like, it's just, it's a lot.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. See, I do not have the fatigue you do, but I will say I understand where you're coming from to the point of, like, I used to have, this is going to be my weird little agreeing with you thing. I used to, for like 15 years, I had a Big Lebowski sweater. It was a Pendleton Westerly. And then I want to say like 5 years ago, they kind of became popular. And I saw Aaron Rodgers wearing one on the Pat McAfee show. And I was like,
Did that bother you?
It did. It did. And I got rid of mine. I sold it. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And if you've noticed, do you know what Jason Kelsey wears all the time? That sweater.
Yeah.
And every time I see him wear the sweater, I think to myself, I made a good decision. Why I like Jason Kelsey. I will say every time I see him wear that sweater, I'm like, yeah.
You made a good decision to punt on the sweater.
To punt on it. Yes.
Because you see Jason Kelsey
I
wearing
see
it?
Jason Kelsey wearing
Why
it.
does that? Why?
It's
more of a Rodgers.
You don't want it to be the it thing.
He has become a little bit of I'm with you where it's starting to become just a bit much.
Oversaturated.
Yes, because then if I didn't want to be associated with Aaron Rodgers, and now if I wear it, then people are going to be like this, hey, it's the Jason Kelsey sweater. It's kind of become the Jason Kelsey sweater. And no, I'm drawing a line. Aaron Rodgers, you pushed me to the line. Kelsey, it's too much and it's dead.
Okay.
It's like
Aaron Rodgers is a little bitch.
It's like when your mom and dad got on Facebook, you knew Facebook was over. It's kind of the way I feel about it.
All right.
Kenny Wheaton's gonna score! Kenny Wheaton's gonna
And it's
score!
great. Listen, seminal moment. Wonderful.
But
look at this program. I mean, there's a lot.
But I don't think you get hit over the head with Kenny Wheaton like
you used to.
I think so?
I think they've I think within the last 5 years.
Are you really saying that they didn't hit you over the head with Kenny Wheaton?
No, I mean, I know they play it before every single game. I get that that's a part of it, but I don't feel like there was, I mean, the oversaturation of it, that part is way different for me. Like,
well, for you,
Kelsey,
because
it's
you
every single turn.
Well, you went to Oregon.
Yeah.
I did not, and I'm looking objectively at what Oregon promotes, and that, again, great moment, but always to me, I'm like, God, that again? It's like, do you not have another highlight?
Well, I think if you have a highlight, like, I mean, Cal's no different. They do the play. The band is out on the field.
They haven't done anything since the play.
Okay, fair.
You guys are number one in the country.
Buck is very defensive about
I'm not
this
defensive.
right now.
I just don't think
You're not defensive?
I don't think the pick and Kelsey are the same thing.
I haven't seen you this defensive since we called you out for the speed cushions. I do like that Buck's like, I'm not defensive, as he's getting super defensive. It's all right, Buck.
So here's
I just disagree.
Here's all I want to tell you.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's all just calm down. All right.
For God's sakes, calm down.
Jason Kelsey
What's
is
he doing?
about to hit late night television.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Is he really?
Yes, he got his own show.
For like,
and it's going to be on ESPN.
is he doing like a Jay Leno sort of thing?
It's called They Call It Late Night with Jason Kelsey.
Really?
He says instead of filming it in LA or New York, he will be going to Philadelphia. And his new talk show will see, quote, legends of the game, friends that I played with, coaches and celebrities, end quote. And they will all be there in the city of brotherly love with him.
Well, Boy,
and a Philly-based band named Snack Time will handle the music for the show.
This is a terrible idea.
This isn't going to end well.
Do you see what I mean?
This won't end well.
I mean, nobody watches ESPN programming besides live sports as it is. Why are they going to watch this?
This is going to be.
Do you see what I mean?
I see what you mean.
Do you see what I mean?
I see what you mean.
See what I mean?
I see what you mean.
right.
It's gonna. This is a lot. It's a
It's
lot.
too much.
But at the same time, I get it.
I get it
because-
for him. He's like,
yeah,
another paycheck?
It's another paycheck.
Sure.
And you just keep stacking bills. But someone should have probably told him, it's okay to say no. But I guess when they're throwing that much money at you, the idea is strike while the iron's hot. And if it crashes and burns, who cares? They're giving you gobs of money and just shut up and keep doing it. But society
That's how you
will
feel about this show, right?
clearly. Society will turn. Society will turn on him. It will.
Oh, well, I don't want that to happen.
No, but it's going to happen. They will turn. You can't be. When's the last time the it thing that happened so fast like this?
In sports or anything?
In almost anything.
Well, Tay-Tay. They're never going to turn on Tay-Tay.
Well, but she was a slow build, man. I
She
mean,
was.
that was a thing. Someone that was like a cultural
Swift,
phenomenon where it hit, where society did, in just the general opinion of you, didn't eventually turn. This is what we do. We build things up and then we tear you down. It's like boy bands, right? There's a shelf life to them. And then eventually, and then you can have like years from now, he can do the comeback tour, but there'll be a backlash coming his way.
All right.
And I will say that he seems like a really good guy.
Well, yeah, he's a
He
great
seems
guy.
like a great guy.
And people keep waving money in front of his face, and he keeps taking it.
And
so.
I would too. I have nothing against him. But
I get it. Yeah.
So coming up next, one more observation from last night's game and our NFL weekend reach around on the Fan.
Is Virginia a live dog? I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. SMU travels to Virginia this weekend, and Pony Up is a heavy 9.5-point favorite. That's a little rich for the BetQL model. BetQL has UVA plus 9.5 as a 4-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether
and Soup.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, follow 1080 The Fan, and enable push notifications to get the latest on the Ducks, Beavers, Blazers, and more.
That's gonna make the difference between winning and losing.
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. What's up? We are partying here.
Kenny Wheaton's gonna score! Kenny Wheaton is gonna score!
I do love that call.
Yeah.
It's great.
And fun fact, if you look at the photo of that, Mike Barrett on the sidelines jumping up and down.
Yeah.
A lot of air under those shoes, too.
Yeah.
Not only was he a Blazer homer, he was a Duck homer.
And I think he went to Oregon State.
Oregon State. What a front runner.
I think he was working sidelines for the Ducks at the time.
That's correct.
So there was one other moment from last night's thrilling Browns victory over the Steelers.
Bills, yeah. Men of increase.
Well, is it just me? Are there... Well, no, I'm going to ask a question. Okay. Why are there so many fat Midwest dudes who take off their shirts when it snows or when it's cold?
They're well insulated.
Well,
it's not going to be the skinny guy. He doesn't have the fat blanket.
It is the well insulated, but here's the thing. When you're a big fat Midwestern guy, there's not a lot of times that you can be celebrated for just being a fat butter hog.
Fat, uneducated beer, man!
Right? So in a moment like that, your whole life is you being shamed about you just being a disgusting blob. But at a football game, you get drunk, you take your shirt off in the snow, guess what? You're celebrated.
And there's other bros there that are going to say, hell yeah.
Yeah, brother. At no point in that guy's life will he take off his shirt and a group of people are going to be like, yeah. But in that moment, he's
going to
celebrating.
go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
I've never thought about that.
No. That guy has spent his life having to fall into swimming pools with his T-shirt on and be like, oh, I guess I just leave it on at this point. And this is the one time he's got a chance to let those puppies breathe a little bit and,
You never see it, you don't see it when it's warm.
No.
When it's 75 and sunny, you would think more fat guys would have their shirts off. But no. It's got to be 20 below.
Yeah, the fat guy. Well, again, the fat guy needs, because if you take your shirt off at a game and it's sunny, you're just a fat guy. And people are like, oh, my God, it's gross,
So
dude.
the cold is the key here. The cold is what makes it
cool,
celebratable.
Yes. Otherwise, you're just a fat guy with your shirt off, and you're like, dude, put away your mitts. Those things are weird.
But because it's 20 degrees out,
people
it's like,
love
wow, you look at you. You are just the best.
Yeah.
We love you so much.
Yes.
Never change.
And it's not...
Don't go losing weight now.
No. It's not often that guy has had his body celebrated, and that is his time to shine. That is his pageant. That's his Miss America
Did you
moment.
see all those guys?
Oh, yeah, believe me. I was watching it with my buddy, and we were sitting, sitting there. Just the idea is my buddy is a, how would you say? He's a man of comfort, and he will not even consider going to a game that's below 60 degrees. It's just not going to be his thing. And we were watching that in the snow, and he goes, dude, you couldn't pay me to go to that game. And when we saw the big fat guys, and he cannot process it. And I said, if we were there right now, you'd be like, we're beating the traffic. Those guys, no. They're going to be there till the very bitter end.
It's their Super Bowl.
It is their Super Bowl. And they're probably going to get frostbite and lose a nipple or something, but it's going to be worth it.
And as the text line points out, just like Jason Kelsey in Buffalo last year.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. He did the same thing.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, it's...
In the suite at his brother's
But
game.
he was up in a heated suite.
But still, it's the fat guy's time to shine. It's what they...
So there's no other walk of life, or no other area in life, for lack of a better term, where we celebrate the naked fat guy?
If you get drunk enough at some sort of like if you're
like Frank the Tank,
a Frank the Tank situation, if you're at a house party and the fat guy can get celebrated then too, when he bears all, because under no circumstances at a party should some dude just randomly take his shirt off. Like if you were really good looking and you took it off, you're like, dude, what are you doing? Nice abs, you D. Put your GD shirt on. But the fat guy's like, woo, party, and his shirt comes off. So that's really the only situation.
It's like Chris Farley.
There you go. Yeah. But the sad part is, did you ever like read about Chris Farley? Like he hated doing that.
He hated that crap. Even though he was great at it.
Yes, it broke his heart. But he did it because he was celebrated. So it really is, when you see that big fat guy, you celebrate him, but at the same time, know that inside that guy's hurting. He doesn't
Okay.
want to. He doesn't want to be like that. But
Yeah.
what are you gonna do?
But he shows it off there.
He shows it off because it's his one time to shine. It's his one chance.
Interesting.
It's one chance.
Well, the Midwest, man.
Yeah.
It's really something out there.
The Midwest is something.
It really is.
I will say that is one of the more fascinating sports, and there's so many different aspects of sports fandom that it really is psychotic behavior. It just is. You know, the idea that what you do at home affects what happens in the game, or, you know, you're lucky this, you're lucky that, you know, support the team. The fact that Fireman Ed exists, super fan, like all of these things are fascinating. Your day can be made or broke by random strangers in a uniform that aren't from your city but represent your city.
Having gone to the NFL draft in Nashville, oh my God. You saw every single one of these different types of dress-up cosplay creatures for all 32 franchises. It was wild.
I love that Buck calls them creatures.
They are.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
And they're all a little bit crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like they've got a screw loose here.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, something is broken.
You said it's psychotic behavior.
It is psychotic
They're
behavior.
walking around metropolitan Nashville like dressed as a pirate with like shoulder pads on.
Something is broken. And I say this, by the way, and it's not just fandom. You can do this in any walk of life, from religion to CrossFit to jiu-jitsu to veganism. When something does all the heavy lifting for your personality, it probably means you don't have a personality. Sports is just fascinating because it's not something that you do. All those other things are at least like there's some form of like commitment to it. Whereas a fan, you're just like, I'm going to paint my face and take my shirt off. But of all the fandom things that perplex me, I will say that the fat guy snow shirt, that like shirtless, the frostbite.
It's always in the Midwest.
I cannot process how miserable that must be. Like, think about what your nips must feel like after 2.5 hours of being outside in the cold, and yet you refuse to put your shirt on because the team needs you. Like, this is like when Fireman Ed was like, we have to keep being shown on the video board because we need the home field. Fireman Ed believes that unless he is shown on the video board, the Jets cannot win. That fat guy cannot put his shirt on.
Remember that Yankees boner who patrolled the wall?
Yes.
It's our job to patrol the wall.
It's just sometimes sports fandom and the shirt off.
It's sad, isn't it?
In the freezing temperatures. And every now and then you read a horrible story about some dude that loses fingers and toes because of it. There was one a couple years ago, a guy in Buffalo, and he lost his nose. He literally lost his nose to frostbite in like 2 fingers.
But he looked cool.
Imagine walking around and you don't have a tip of your nose and you got a couple digits missing, and someone's like, dude, what did you climb Everest, or like what happened? Did you K2 explain? Nah. Buffalo, Cincinnati, week 14.
Team needed me.
Yeah, I lost a couple digits out there.
Wait, so they threw you into the game? No. I was just on the video board.
Like this son of a bitch.
It is
Holy
sad,
cow, right?
Yeah.
But
it all goes back to the idea that sports are a cult.
Yes.
Cultish behavior by some.
It is.
Not all.
Tribalism, if you will.
Yep.
Oh,
that's a nicer way of putting it.
100%. Yeah. It's, but it is psychotic behavior when you think about it. And we all, if you're a sports fan, you engage in it in some ways. But I would like to believe that most sports fans have a limit. Like there's a meter there, and you're like, all right, we're in the red. We should probably not do this. But some of us don't. And if you really want to see it bad, dude, go to Europe. Go to the soccer.
They got the fatties out there at the soccer games with no shirts.
They're not fatties. They're just hooligans. Like,
although they do have shirtless fatties, I think.
Not like we have. Like
we have a bunch of
we have a bunch.
I think there are quite a few in the UK.
Mm.
We probably have more, but still, I've seen them.
Dude, I went to a soccer game, and the group of people I went with were only there to fight Germans. The soccer game was ancillary. We just were going to meet after the game so that we could go beat up German fans. I mean, if that's not psychotic behavior, I don't know what is. We're going to go support the Scottish soccer, but at the same time, we'd like to beat some Germans with a metal pole. You're like, oh, this is interesting. Welcome to soccer.
All right, well, enough about that. When we get back, we will take a look around the NFL this weekend. Our reach around. Got some good games.
Yeah, we got a couple good games. I'll tell you what. There's a couple games that I'm very interested in to see. We're at the point of the year where teams either have to start making runs or just fall by the wayside, and I think there's 3 or 4 where
Niners.
This is tipping point type stuff.
All right, we'll get to that next here on the Fan. Are your balls jiggling?
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
The only
And our reach around here. Got some good games. The Niners and Packers probably headlining the weekend, but some shine is off of that game because the Niners are going to be without Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa.
Yeah, and
yikes!
I just think with the problems they're having on offense, no Brock Purdy. I don't think they beat Green Bay. I don't think they can. McCaffrey hasn't looked the part. No Ayuk. The only silver lining that I have if I'm a 49er fan is I do think that as Brock Purdy emerged, people don't realize Brock Purdy's one of the best downfield throwers in the NFL. And when Shanahan had Garoppolo, so much of what they did was predicated on play action pass and was really creative. And I think with Brock, I think they fell into this trap of we're running the ball and then we put it in Brock's hands on third down. I think maybe this injury, maybe it forces them to go back to some of that old 49er offense. And it gets more creative, and they work the play action game more. Because I actually think sometimes they're playing hero ball with Brock Purdy, and I really like Brock. I think he doesn't get the credit he deserves. It's not Josh Allen, and it's not Pat Mahomes. So I think they're going to really struggle without him. But keep an eye on that if we see some more revert back to the old 49er offense, and again, I don't know if you can do that with no Ayuk, and Debo seems like he's a shell of him former. Like, I think he got old real fast, and McCaffrey hasn't looked the same. But if especially if McCaffrey can get some snap back, I'm relatively excited to see Shanahan having to game plan the way he used to, as opposed to relying on Brock Purdy. That's my silver lining.
How many weeks has McCaffrey been back now?
2.
It's just been the 2.
And it hasn't looked the same.
No, and they didn't. Yeah, you're right. This may force them to go back to him and ride him, but then he'll probably get hurt.
Well, their offense has become very
He certainly doesn't look great.
There's no IU. Their best threat right now as a big play is George Kittle, and he's been beat up. But Juwan Jennings is not a downfield threat. He's not. Pearsall got shot 2 months ago, for God's sakes, and
he looks good though.
He's all right, but he's not scaring anyone. And Debo just, again, he looks old and slow to me. And this happens sometimes when you take a lot of abuse. He just doesn't look like the same player. And then if McCaffrey is 10% less than what he was at his peak, this offense may have some problems. And Shanahan needs to pull some Matt LaFleur out of his bag here. Remember when Jordan Love got hurt? I thought that was some of the most innovative game planning we've seen in the NFL in years, what Matt LaFleur was doing. Shanahan needs to do that because they have to win this game. Because do you know what the Niners have after Green Bay?
They have Baltimore, don't they?
They got Buffalo.
Buffalo, that's right.
They can't lose this Packers game. If you lose Green Bay and you're 5-6, guess what? You're 5-7. Because you ain't going on the road and beating Buffalo with this team here.
I saw like a stats projection that if they lose, they're going to be less than 15% odds on to make the playoffs. And if they win, it's better than 50%. So this is the definition of a must win.
This is where Kyle Shanahan earns his money.
And he's good.
You have to reach into your bag of tricks and come up with a game plan and big boy your way to a win.
You got a good little middle opportunity here if we're talking gambling, because Green Bay was -2.5. Yep. You could have taken them to beat the Niners -2.5, and now you can get the Niners +5.5.
Yeah.
And if Green Bay beats them by 3 or 4 or 5, you win both bets.
Yep. It's this is going to be an interesting game. This is my game of the week. And I don't know how pretty it's going to be. But this is like I said, there's 3 or 4 tilt games for me. This is my biggest tilt game. If the Niners win this,
they're still in it. But they're 5-5. You're right. They got to win this.
They lose this, they're in trouble.
And if you're wondering about snow up there, it's they're saying 45 degrees. It's not quite cold enough. Seahawks Cardinals, same thing.
Yeah.
If the Cardinals lose or the Seahawks lose this, they're 5-6. But if they win, they sit atop the division.
Yeah. And this is another one that I want to see here with the Seahawks. So Abe Lucas is finally healthy, right? He's playing right tackle. Last week, the center out of Michigan looked a lot better than Connor Williams did. Connor Williams was clearly dealing with some sort of mental whatever. I'm not going to speculate on it. There's rumors out there, whatever. The man was struggling, and he wasn't playing well. And outside of Charles Cross, this was the worst O-line in football. Played good last week against the Niners. Didn't give up a pressure at center. Abe Lucas back. Cross. Is this O-line starting to kind of gel. And finally, I think the defense, one, it's getting healthy along the front. They're not getting mauled up front like they were doing. Witherspoon is starting to have a dynamic impact. Is the defense starting to click? If Seattle wins this game, I was ready to write off Seattle. I thought Seattle was going to be a playoff team. They haven't looked like it at all year. It was a big win against the Niners. If they beat Arizona here and those two lines, the O-line and D-line, play better, this is tilting point. You win this game if you're Seattle, I'm going to start to believe that you can get to where I thought you were at the start of the year and you can a playoff team. If Arizona beats you up, dude, it's the same old Seahawks and to me, flush the season.
Huge game for Arizona too.
Yeah.
Because if they can take control of the division.
Absolutely.
If they win it, because the Rams have a tough one. The Rams are playing the Eagles.
Yeah.
And then the really good one, Monday night, we're going to get Ravens-Chargers.
The Har Bowl.
In L.A.
Locked, cocked, ready to rock.
And, of course, they met in the Super Bowl. Have they played against each other?
I don't think so.
Outside of that?
I don't think so. I think this is the...
Well, because shortly after that, Jim went back to college.
Yeah. So if they played before it, maybe. But this is the first time, obviously, that they will have played since then. And I'm just intrigued by that. This is good
matchup.
This is a great matchup. This is a great matchup because I still don't know if I fully buy into what the Chargers are. Justin Herbert is awesome. Jim Harbaugh, whatever he's done to his confidence, Justin Herbert's playing the best ball of his career, and he's doing it without a lot of help. They don't have a good running game, despite what anyone would tell you. And they don't have great weapons on the outside. And Justin Herbert this is the Herbert that I think some people were like, have said for a couple years. And I'm like, it's not quite there. Herbert's playing his best ball. I'm not certain if they're great. When you look at the wins they've had, the Saints, the Browns, the Titans in that game against Cincinnati, I want to see this. I want to see the Ravens, Falcons, Chiefs these next 3 weeks. And Baltimore needs to stop effing around. Baltimore has the makings of what I think is a top 2, top 3 team in the NFL. And yet every time I think that they have kind of figured it out, they go out and the bed and don't
When you said Ravens, Falcons, Chiefs, what is that the Chargers schedule?
That's the Chargers schedule.
Okay, Ravens, Falcons, Chiefs. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good little stretch.
I want to see it. I want to see where we're at because the Chargers are a playoff team. But there's a difference between being a playoff team and being a team that's really a contender.
Yeah, they're a good, sound football team.
They are, and I just want to know. I want to know where's your ceiling? Because I know where the floor is, and Harbaugh has elevated this floor, and it's rock solid. Dude, that guy that's a tremendous job. I just need to see it against some better teams, and before I really start to believe. And then with, like I said, with the Ravens, at times this Ravens offense,
Do you believe?
is the best offense in modern football history. It's being put up there. The numbers that they're putting up are greatest show on turf numbers. But just when you think that all is hunky-dory, like they lay a giant egg against the Browns. They have a huge Pittsburgh Steelers problem. They can't beat the Steelers.
Yeah, Lamar's numbers against the Steelers are alarming.
Yeah, they're dreadful.
Steelers do a great job on him.
Yeah, and the Chargers have playing really solid defense, but
I don't think he's ever beaten him, has he?
I don't think so.
Or no, I saw a stat that said he was 1-5 against them.
Is he 1-5?
Which is weird because you're like, wait a minute, Lamar's been in the league a while. How has he only played the Steelers 6 times? But I went back and looked in his game logs over all of his seasons. He's just unluckily missed the Steelers at least once every year.
He's ducking them?
He's only played the Steelers, I think, twice in a season. Yeah. Well, this year will be the first time, if he's healthy for the next meeting, this will be the first time he has played the Steelers twice in a season. And they're in the same division.
That's weird.
Because one year he had COVID, one year he was hurt, another year he was hurt. It's weird.
Well, it's go time because the Chargers play really solid defense, but look, no Khalil Mack. Bosa is, he's not the player that they're paying him to be. The Ravens, even though the Chargers are fundamentally sound, the Chargers played this it's not dumb, but this too high safety look. And they're like, nope, you're going to have to beat us. You're going to have to run the ball. Baltimore Ravens run the ball 45 times. Force the Chargers to do something that they don't want to do on defense. This to me, again, my tilting point game, I've been back and forth on the Ravens. The Ravens should beat the Chargers by 10 points. The Chargers should not be able to stop Baltimore. If this offense is really a Super Bowl offense, and I want to see this matchup.
Well, John owns Jim. It's 2-0 in favor of John. They've met twice, both times of obviously Niners, Ravens, and the one time in the Super Bowl. John won them both, so he's looking for 3-0 over. He's the older brother, right, John?
No, Jim's the older brother.
Jim's the older brother?
Yeah.
Older brother can't let younger brother slap him around again. Can't have that.
Yeah. John, I'm looking here and see what the ages are, but
by the way, first quarterback benched or next quarterback benched. Interesting little gambling stat.
Oh, who do they got?
Well, 2 bets.
Oh, I lied.
Yeah, Jim's older.
Fake news.
Or Jim's younger.
Jim's younger.
Yeah.
Which is weird because Jim looks terrible compared to John. But John's 62.
different lifestyles. Lifestyles.
Yeah, John's 62 and Jim's 60. I would have sworn it was the other way around.
So there's 2 different bets here. Who will be benched first? Caleb Williams or Aaron Rodgers? Caleb Williams minus 300, Aaron Rodgers plus 200. That's interesting.
Well, if you're the Jets, like what does it matter?
The plus money is the good money there?
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing? They already tried benching him once. Like that season, the only thing that's gonna, if he gets benched, he'll bench himself. Like, but Caleb Williams, they won't sit
because that'll be up to Rodgers in New York. To your point, like he's not going to get benched unless he wants to sit.
And this staff in Chicago is getting fired. So again, there's no sense in, there's no sense.
I'm not sure either gets benched.
No.
So the odds on the next quarterback bench, Cooper Rush leading the way. He's the only one at minus money.
There you go.
Because they're going to take a look at Trey Lance at some point.
I would assume.
So he's minus 120. Bryce Young plus 150. Caleb Williams plus 200. Aaron Rodgers plus 700.
Yeah, there's not many other quarterbacks, so maybe it is those 2.
They have Richardson plus 800. Geno plus 1,000.
No. The only one of those, the Cowboys make sense, and then I guess you could say that the Jets, but they're not benching Caleb. Although I'll tell you what, just be ready. Caleb Williams looked pretty good last week. He looked better after the firings. He looked more competent, right? He looked more confident. They had a better game plan for him. The next 2 weeks, he's playing 2 of the most complex defenses in the NFL. Brian Flores may make Caleb Williams' head explode. And then after that peach...
Who's he got after that?
Well, just realize that Brian Flores has made really good quarterbacks from Brock Purdy to C.J. Stroud look silly this year. He is going to tie Caleb Williams in knots. And then after you get done with that mental fest, you get the Detroit Lions next. Have fun, Caleb. These next 2 weeks are going to be, I would assume, very, very rough weeks for Caleb Williams. So maybe there is something to where they sit him because, like Anthony Richardson, they don't want to keep damaging him. But as a staff that's all getting fired, what does it matter?
There's your NFL reach around. Thank you. Coming up next is our new mayor-elect on board with Major League Baseball to Portland. You're going to find out. Here's Buck.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan, lots of news in the NFL today, including the New York Giants cutting Daniel Jones at the quarterback's request. He's still owed $69 million over the next 2 years. The 49ers, meanwhile, will be without Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa this Sunday when they visit Lambeau Field. Purdy out with a shoulder injury, making Brandon Allen the starting quarterback against Green Bay. One game on the Big Ten slate tonight as Purdue visits Michigan State at 5 o'clock on Fox. But the big matchup in the conference this weekend in Columbus on Saturday morning, number 5 Indiana visiting number 2 Ohio State. They'll kick it off at 9 a.m. Ohio State favored by 10.5 in that one. The winner of that game likely to play Oregon in the Big Ten Championship. And at Reser Stadium, Washington State visits the Beavs. It's a 4 o'clock kickoff on Saturday on the CW. The Cougs favored by 11.5. On the hardwood tonight, another NBA Cup game for the Blazers. They visit the Houston Rockets. Tip-off is at 5 o'clock. Rockets favored by 12.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what's up? It's Rob here for the Advocates. Ken and Donnie, they're great. These are personal injury attorneys we've been telling you about. We have been out with them a few times, and we really like their style because they're pretty laid back. They're cool. They're somebody you just want to hang out with, but they're also badasses in the courtroom. So if you've been injured for any reason, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate, and the advocates are who you should call because you don't get paid, or they don't get paid, until you win. The consultations are always free, so there's no risk in calling to see whether they'll be able to help you. And they're committed to fighting for their clients. They are really passionate about it. They cannot stand insurance companies, so they've built a reputation with those companies that they fight them tirelessly for you, and that means more money in your pocket. So if they can't increase the total amount in your pocket, they will tell you that. It's about what's doing best. I'm doing great. It's about what is best for you, if I could spit that out. So if you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Call our friends Ken and Donnie from the Advocates. Go visit their website, poke around there, advocateslaw.com.
Running a small business takes endurance, determination, and the right support to reach your goals. And MasterCard is here to help fuel that journey in a fast-paced
Fan.
All right, good to have you along. Joey Harrington coming up next hour. Talk a little sports. Although I promise, that I'm going to ask him about the poop story that he keeps teasing that we forget to ask him about.
we forgot about it.
It's almost like 3 weeks now that we've known about it. It's I can't wait.
I need to know.
Yeah, he keeps teasing a player pooping on a coach's car.
Inquiring minds want to know.
So we're gonna get to the bottom of that.
I've done a lot of things in my day, but that is not one of them, and that hurts my feelings.
You've been one-upped finally.
I have been one-upped. I've harassed a coach's car, but that was more of a psychological warfare. I never had the guts or the poo to go through with defecating.
And you've peed on people.
Yes. I used to lean around. My coach once said, "Get away from my car," and I was like, "Geez, I was just walking by it." So then I would loiter it around it just to piss him off. And I don't know why me being by his car bothered him so much, but it did.
It is November 22nd, 2024. Time for In the News. I'm your newsman. I got a little John Anthony gurgle voice.
What?
It's brought to you by The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Stop the Violence Day.
Stop it. Stop it.
It is also...
Aren't we doing the timeout from hate thing? Isn't that still going on?
I do see Jim Harbaugh telling me that.
Are we out of the timeout yet, or... Wouldn't it just be stop the hate as opposed to a timeout? Because a timeout would lead me to believe that we're stopping it for a while, and then we can go right back to hate.
Yeah, hate's right back on.
Yeah. I don't like that. We need something more permanent than a timeout.
It's above my pay grade.
Yeah. I'm saying it might be a flawed ad. Just saying.
It is also Start Your Own Country Day. Would you like to do that?
I don't think you can anymore. I don't think that's the way that works.
Sukatopia?
Like, even if I buy an island, I can't. It's not going to get recognized.
Sukland.
Yeah. And do you really does anyone, including me, want me in charge of a country?
No.
No.
I would not live in your country.
No, I wouldn't live in my country, and it's my country.
That's interesting.
I'm not qualified for that.
Well, but...
I'd make terrible decisions.
I mean, I hate to... Well, I will just move on.
Who would have the better country between the two of you?
Rob.
Yeah, I would.
Robotopia would be better.
My country would be sweet.
What would your country be like?
Well, you got 4-day work week, first of all. That's the first thing.
Lower T.
My ice skating rinks would... Like, there would be no such thing as ice skating rinks.
Yeah.
You ice skate out on, glaciers, as they are called.
Yeah.
Glaciers.
Like, what else? No loud mufflers.
No loud mufflers.
They will all be drawn and quartered.
Yeah.
Sounds nice.
A lot more pop-up bars. You know. Well, anyway. What was I telling you?
Start Your Own Country Day.
Yeah. No, I've moved on to Mayor-elect Keith Wilson.
Yes.
We elected a new mayor.
Mm-hmm. I read today about his plan to end the homeless crisis.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why he was elected,
Yeah,
I think.
He ran on. You got to find his issue to run on. He ran on it.
So he recently went on KGW's Straight Talk with Laurel Porter. And
it's straight talk.
It is straight.
That's right. Laurel Porter gives it to you straight.
And she asked him about Major League Baseball to Portland. And she asked, is it a real possibility that the Rose City would get a Major League Baseball team, Jace? And Keith said, I'd say this is as close as we've come.
That doesn't mean anything.
He mentioned that there were about 120 people at a recent meeting that he attended, including legislators, legislative assistants, and business leaders, calling it a real public-private partnership trying to bring MLB to Portland. He said, we feel confident it's down to us and one other city.
Well, everyone knows that.
And we're making a solid play. They got a wonderful facility planned over there at Zadell Yards, which is in South Waterfront, overlooking the water with a mountain in the view. I think it's a reality, and this is our time to really make that play. He said that he was convinced when they're kind of selling this now as, hey, this will help bring Portland back.
Yeah.
Portland needs some wins.
They do.
And this is one of them, and he says he agrees with that. He said...
tasty.
Yeah, one of the things that I took out of the meetings that would help us, Portland, put the rear view mirror and what happened this last 4, 5, 6, 7 years behind us and look to the hopefulness of tomorrow. And I think it's a great refrain with what my message was to the city. It's time for us to look forward. Let's talk about big, bright, big swings, which is what Portland was always known for.
Hells yeah. I will say that every time I hear him speak, he strikes a chord with me.
I like the cut of your jib, sir.
I do like the cut of his jib. Now, I will say that under the new leadership thing, like 12 council members now, his power is more neutered than ever. But
Yeah.
I love the fact that he is a spokesman and that he's coming out in favor of this. And when he speaks, he seems like a rational, middle of the road kind of human being, which is, God, it's such a refreshing thing nowadays. That he doesn't seem like a wackadoo one way or another.
A lot of wackadoos around here.
There are a lot of wackadoos. But like I read through his homeless thing today, and it's ambitious. And I don't know if it'll work, but again, he talks in common sense as opposed to big sweeping stupid statements that you're like, oh my God, like scoring political points. It actually seems like there's some sense to it.
How is the 4-day work week going in one Northwest jurisdiction? Funny, we just mentioned this.
Yeah, in Rapatopia.
Starting our new
Rapatopia
country. Yeah. Well, there is one Northwest jurisdiction that did go to it, and we're going to follow up on that next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Rush 3, drop 8. Now a late rush, thrown up for grabs in the end zone. How does this one end? Incomplete, right down to the nub. Denzel Ward knocks it down.
Yeah, my Browns won last night.
Your Cleveland Browns. Just when we thought Pittsburgh was like taking a hold of that division, and then they lose to the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah. Well,
The NFL's funky like that, man.
That's right. That you could have. I mean, come on, you see that coming from a mile away, right?
No, but isn't it weird that as bad as they are, they've now beaten the Ravens and the Steelers?
Yeah. Well, they got a new quarterback. They got the man of increase.
Man of increase.
Window Nation. Hey, right now, 50% off all window styles this month. 0% interest for 60 months. And for you, the fan listener only, 10% off through December 1st. That's in addition to the 50% off all window styles. So schedule an estimate now by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
It's a beautiful day.
Oregon Ducks football is
Club 1080, and we out. Big weekend ahead.
Is it?
I don't know. I don't know why I said that.
I was just.
Is it?
I was asking.
I was thinking more that it was. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because it's just late in the month, but I was thinking that I'm already in Thanksgiving mode.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
And that weekend after Thanksgiving is always a big weekend.
Yeah.
By definition. It's
yet,
science.
It doesn't
But
necessarily.
it's not this weekend, it's next weekend.
Yeah.
So why did I say this was a big weekend? Because I was thinking we're already at but it's Friday.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I get it. I see where you're going with it.
Leaders of an island county in Washington that moved most employees to a 32-hour work week in October say the experiment is showing signs of success.
What is an? Is this like up in the Puget Sound somewhere?
Yeah, San Juan's.
Okay.
San Juan County. Have you ever been up there?
I've dabbled in the islands up there, but I can't say I've spent much time.
It's delightful.
Okay.
They garnered national attention last year when it announced it would be one of the first local governments in the United States to ditch the 40-hour work week, joining a growing trend among some private employers. So there's only 18,000 residents up there, but they switched office workers, nurses, park stewards, laborers, and equipment operators to a shorter work week without lowering their pay. Months later, they have begun recruiting and retaining more employees. Most workers say they're happier and healthier, and public services have generally been maintained, according to a county report released this week.
Are you so happy about this?
Well, I am, but I'm also kind of cocky sniffing because most places they're trying this. This is the result.
And yet it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, it is in San Juan County.
Well, you don't live in San Juan County.
Maybe I'm going to move there.
Your dream of a
You know who I
4-day
know there?
prime time is not going to happen.
I know someone there.
You do?
I have an inn in San Juan County.
Interesting. Do they have a need for local radio hosts?
I don't know why they wouldn't.
Hey, Howard Stern, I think, does a 3-day work week. Maybe you could become the Howard Stern of Portland radio.
78% said it had a positive impact on mental health, 71% feeling more rested, 67% increased job satisfaction, 59% ability to travel more, 25% getting sick less, and 23% saving money.
Being a man of increase?
That does seem like being a man of increase.
Good place to live.
It is a good place to live.
I mean, think about how much better it is to live in San Juan County now than here. It's not even close.
Start packing up the van, Rob. Start heading north.
Well, I would probably need a boat, wouldn't I?
Yeah. Well, a van and a boat.
How am I going to get there in a van?
Well, there's probably ferries, right? There's shuttles.
Actually, there are. Did we take our car over there?
I don't know.
I don't remember if we did or not.
Just watch out for the orcas.
But yes, you can.
Probably a little windy.
We were and they have golf over there. A little 9-hole course over there.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
I think.
I would assume.
That might have been Catalina Island. I don't know. All these islands.
Gold jacket, green
Are you
jacket,
confusing
who
the Catalina wine mixer with the San Juans?
No. The wine mixer was on the mainland.
Yeah.
What the
Catalina Island
about,
yeah, is right
across the water,
Yeah.
and it has a very San Juan vibe. I don't know if you've been over there.
No, I've just.
It's very similar.
Yeah, okay.
It's just you just don't have all the other islands to boat to at Catalina, but Catalina Island feels a little bit like San Juan Islands, which is why I was getting that mixed up. And I think it's the golf was there, not San Juan's. So I apologize for reporting fake facts.
Golf.
How am I doing today?
Doing great. I love it.
I need some
No, I'm not
Ozempic.
going to give you no cookie. You need some Ozempic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ozempic. Are you?
You're
not doing well because you're fat? What are you? Ozempic.
I don't know, saw an ad. I'm a consumer. Isachi.
By the way, I do have breaking news. You reported something the other day, and one of the news contributors here has alerted me to this. You proclaimed that our POTUS, our fearless leader, Donald Trump, is assembling the hottest...
POTUS-elect.
POTUS-elect.
Yeah.
Is assembling the hottest staff of all time.
Yes.
You should see the new Surgeon General.
Oh, what's her name?
The text line referred to her as Surgeon General Smoke Show.
This is our new Surgeon General.
Wow.
What?
He's piling on.
He's just piling on the hots. Dr. Janet Nishawat. And I'll tell you what, it is up and it is good.
Where's she from?
I don't know, she's a board certified. Where's she from? Searching.
I like listening to you read.
I'm trying to skim and see if it says it somewhere.
Nisha, what did she have to do to get that job?
Boy, I'll tell you what, she is easy on the eyes. She's from the University of Arkansas. Well, that's where she got her degree. I don't know if she's from Arkansas, but
oh yes, all the renowned doctors of Arkansas.
Dude, I don't.
You said Jeanette? Is that her name?
Yeah, didn't that what I just said? Yeah,
I don't
Jeanette.
know.
Jed Nishawat. Well, tell you what, man. He is assembling. You are right. He is assembling.
There's no way it's not the hottest cabinet of all time.
Is this on purpose? Is it just
It has to
yes.
be.
Oh, guaranteed.
It has to be.
Well, he probably wants to. Well,
I don't know. Look,
yeah.
you ever been there? There's a group of Mexican restaurants over in Vancouver, and I swear to God, it's like every server and there's like 6 of them. It's a chain, and then he's got a couple of everyone that works there, male and female, the best looking people you met. It's like you just walk into one, you're like, this is weird, and then you go into another one, you're like, okay. And then you go into the third one, you're like, yeah, I get what we're doing here. It's the same thing. Even the guys that he's nominating are handsome fellows. Like they're all.
Yep.
He is. If you are hot,
Mike Huckabee's a hottie.
Well, he didn't get nominated for anything, did he?
Yeah, he's in there. I don't know what it is.
You think Huckabee's in there just to throw people off the scent? Because like everyone
no,
he picks,
he's just a yes man.
Everyone he picks is a handsome devil or an absolute smoke show.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think we need to go back in time and history to.
No, this is over.
No,
the race is over. And quite frankly, I find the whole thing it's unreal.
It's over.
And yet it's the most believable thing ever. This may be the best of the bunch. You're telling me you walk into a doctor's office and that is sitting like...
I'm in.
Yeah. You're like, oh. And some of her photos, can I say she smolders?
What does that mean?
That's a smoldering look right there.
What does that mean?
You don't know what a smolder is?
Well, I know it's not as it pertains to a look.
A smoldering look indicates there's a fire burning within.
There's something in the eyes. It's not just every time all these
something behind it all, you know.
All these photos that she's taking, like all of her headshots, those are not, hey, I went to the DMV and
They're
I took
sultry
this.
and smoldering.
No, man. She's looking at the camera and is like, yeah. You know it.
Is it possible those are crazy eyes?
It's possible. Maybe that's why, you know me. Just saying. This is good.
Because it's all in the eyes.
It is in the eyes.
All right, well, there's your in the news. Regrettably, November 22nd, 2024.
I regret nothing about what happened there.
We got the Hot 5 at 5 coming up next on The Fan.
Now's the time to get a great deal on select Kubota compact tractors.
Asada.
Drop and Souk, Sports Bros. I'm Rob.
Asada.
Big Souk's right over there.
Right here.
He was just pointing out there's another hot in the cabinet that we missed because we were talking about this yesterday, but now you've got Kelly
Loeffler.
Loeffler. She's the new Secretary of Agriculture, and in a stunning development, she's a hot.
I think she's also a WNBA owner.
Yeah,
and
she's the one that everyone hated, right?
Well, she's the one
players.
who said that her players had to stand for the national anthem, and they told her to shove it.
Yeah.
Oh.
But, she's a tall, pretty blonde lady. So what we need to do now is set the over-under on number of affairs or children that will happen in the White House over the next 4 years.
6.5.
It's unbelievable. And quite frankly, I couldn't even be upset at him. Like, there's just,
I'll get it in.
He's compiling just this team of hots. It's going to be like, what is it? Like MILF Island over there.
Bang, bang.
One of those like reality shows where they just put all the good looking people together and they're like, oh, let's see what happens. This is what's going down.
I bet I know what happens. They all start doing it.
Dude, if you're JD Vance, be careful, buddy.
Coming up, we've got our college football F-About. Joey Harrington will be here. And coming up later, Are You a Narcissist? A Christmas tree experiment. But right now, yeah.
Now I need to know.
Yeah, you do. Right now, though, the Hot 5 at 5.
07.
On the
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Blazers road trip continues tonight. They are in Houston.
This is their biggest point spread of the year.
I know.
Like 12.5.
Yeah, kind of a bad spot for them, maybe. A lot of injuries. Rockets are good. The Rockets are 11-5.
I guess they're saying, too, that Jeremy Grant's got the floozies, and that it might be going around the team.
Well, they said Grant, Simons, and Scoot are all questionable.
Yeah. Scoot
And
got
Ayton,
banged up.
Scoot's out. He's officially out.
He's out, okay. And then Ayton's doubtful, but that means he's likely not going to play.
Buck, have you been making out with Jeremy Grant? Is that was
Hell yeah, man. He's a beautiful man.
I don't know, man.
You know, Jeremy Grant is a good-looking man.
He is. 12.5 points is a lot, though. That, to me, may be a no-touchies there. Like, I'll leave that one alone.
Or they lose by 30.
Or they lose by 30, which, again, I'm not touching it. I'm just going to leave that
Well,
be.
they have backed me off big time since the start of the year.
Yeah.
With all this good play.
With this winning.
Ayton also officially out.
Again with the finger?
Deep finger
Number 4.
contusion.
I swear. Deep finger
Look,
contusion.
we all know what they're doing, and it's the right thing.
Too late. They already had 6 wins.
Well, I
You
know.
sound
Better late than never.
As this show goes on,
It gets worse.
it's phenomenal.
And I can't raise my voice because it gets worse when I do that, too.
Oh, gosh.
Reports Jets owner Woody Johnson already ready to move on from Aaron Rodgers, and he will not be retained in 2025.
Now, they're...
Would save him $10 million.
Well, they tried to bench him, after week 5, and that was one of the
And
reasons
why would they do that?
Woody Johnson literally fired Robert Saleh because Robert Saleh wouldn't bench Aaron Rodgers.
But why? Like, what are
Woody
they going to
Johnson
turn
is
to?
a moron.
Turn to Tyrod Taylor?
Yes.
Or no? Is
Yes,
it Tyrod
it's
Taylor?
Tyrod Taylor.
That's what he wanted.
Why?
Woody Johnson, imagine Robert Saleh getting fired after a 2-3 start because he wouldn't bench Aaron Rodgers for Tyrod Taylor. If you want to know how bad of an owner Woody Johnson is, I give you
So,
that.
do you think Rodgers will be on another team next year? Or do you think he's done? I mean, he said he'd like to play.
He said he'd like to play. I just don't know. I really don't think there's a landing spot.
Vikings?
Who's taking that on?
Well, it depends on the
Ooh.
money, but
Yeah.
Vikings?
Well, first off, Aaron Rodgers, we can talk about this.
Yeah,
I really don't think there's a
We'll get
landing
into it.
spot, but we can.
All right.
We can hash it out.
Well, thank God the NFL amended its policy last season. They can now flex Thursday night games, weeks 13 through 17, if they give 28 days notice. And today they did it for the first time. So instead of Browns-Bengals in week 16, we are going to get Broncos-Chargers in Los Angeles.
And who would have thought that game would be good? And yet, that's a great game. Yeah, Bo, and plus we got, Bo Nix playing well.
Well, we thought Browns Bengals would be, but
yeah,
we thought wrong.
And since he may be done too, I mean, their chances of making the playoffs at this point are slim and none. So yes, I do love that we can flex games now. Thank heavens.
Yeah. So that's the first time they've actually flexed a Thursday night game, which obviously for scheduling and travel and everything, it's very difficult to do that. But they did give them about a month a notice so the teams can adjust.
Number two.
Well, Daniel Jones requested and is granted his release by the Giants. Since he's owed so much money, he will likely not be claimed off waivers, and then he would hit free agency. It's a situation that resembles a few years ago when Baker Mayfield played the last 5 games for the Rams.
Yeah.
But
Baker Mayfield was actually pretty good, and
not at the time.
No,
see, he's
that's
resurrected
true.
himself, but at the time he was scrap heap guy.
Yeah, I just don't know. Maybe Dallas. I mean, I don't know. It's Daniel Jones being brought in.
I think the Raiders should go get him. Yeah, but they're not trying to win
they're not
either.
Trying to win. I mean, it's just.
I don't know. Nah.
He'll be a backup somewhere next year. Maybe a bridge guy. But
would you take Daniel Jones over Dylan Gabriel if you're the Ducks?
Yes.
Yeah, you thought about it.
I would take it.
You sure?
Yeah. You sure about that? You sure about that?
I'll give you one more chance.
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Yes.
I'll be the Duck Homer. I want Gabriel.
I think I might want Gabriel too.
He's got it humming with this offense.
I don't want pouty Jones face on my sideline.
New playbook for Jones. Get out of here.
Gabriel's a handsome fella.
Well, again, I'm assuming you give me a while to get him ready.
Nope.
No. Then yes.
Tomorrow.
Then I'll stick with.
Don't make assumptions.
He's got the bye week to figure it out for
I'll
you, Doug.
stick with Dylan Gabriel.
And Brock Purdy is out for Sunday's game in Green Bay for the Niners. It will be Brandon Allen time. Also, Nick Bosa out for San Francisco, who needs a win at 5-5.
Dude, they need a win in the worst way. They don't look good. 5-5, and Buck, you were even saying, because I was talking about this is such a pivotal game. The odds for playoffs if they win versus lose?
Yeah, they have the whole football power index thing. A loss would put them at under 15% to make the playoffs. A win puts them back over 50%.
Yeah, because remember, after this, you're 5-5. You lose to Green Bay, you go to 5-6. You're on the road at Buffalo, and at that point, you're probably 5-7, and you're probably dead in the water. This is a monster game for the 49ers, and you don't have your best defensive player. The other one is, even though he's not the same player, like he's not the defensive player of the year type right now, have you seen their pressure rate and success rate with him on the field versus when he's not there?
I have not.
Their defense falls apart when he is the only one applying any sort of havoc, any sort of pressure, and they cannot rush the quarterback when he is not on the field. I mean, it is alarming.
The Hot 5 at 5 is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Score big this Black Friday at Victor Rico's. Buy a $30 gift card and get a free $12 burrito.
Oh, tasty.
Friday, November 29th only. Our college football F-About is next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on Primetime with Isaac and Sue
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right, we'll get Joey Harrington in here in 10 minutes, but our college football F-About begins. Hey, do you know, I want to see if you, this was trending, so I don't know if you saw this on social media, but if you didn't, take a guess on what the hottest ticket in college football is this weekend. And you know all the games, right? Indiana, Ohio State.
Indiana, Ohio State, BYU,
Arizona
State's a big one.
Kansas, Colorado.
Yeah.
I've got a guess.
Florida, Ole Miss.
Is it Notre Dame Army at Yankee Stadium?
Ooh, that's a great guess.
Yeah.
That is not the answer.
But I bet that's a hot ticket.
The hottest ticket in college football. Do you want to take a stab?
I'm looking through. Because I knew the handful of games. It's not a great slate.
Is it your Jayhawks?
No.
No, there's not another.
They're playing at is it Arrowhead or no? They're playing at the soccer stadium in Kansas City.
Yeah, they're playing at the no Arrowhead.
Is it at Arrowhead? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. They've bounced back and forth. Montana State is the number one ticket. They said $320 average ticket price for that game.
Yikes!
At Montana State. That's followed by Alabama playing Oklahoma. That's a big one out in Sooner Land. That's $293. And then Yale Harvard, $222 ticket.
Well, I'll be damned.
Hard to get a ticket to that.
I would not think about that. Number 2, Montana State fighting for their first ever 12-0 record.
About that.
So Montana State now greater than Montana?
Seems like this year, maybe.
Do we know is Montana ranked?
You think I know that?
Oh, I just thought maybe you looked it up. And
aren't you a football guy?
I don't know if you know this about me, but I pay no attention to small-time football.
Hey, Montana's got a good football vibe.
Number 9, Montana.
Okay, so Montana's it's a top 10 matchup?
Top 10 matchup. And Montana State is undefeated.
And what are they ranked?
2. Number 2 in the country
2
versus
v9
number 9.
And 2 hosts. Yeah, dude, I can see why that's it. Because football is a huge deal there.
Yes.
But this is on tilt.
And we've talked about this. If I'm Montana or Montana State, because the idea was like, if the Pac-12 in the Mountain West, would you go sniffing around and see if you would want to elevate? And if I'm Montana and Montana State, I just like where I'm at. Like, it matters. It's a big deal. You play for national championships. I would not want to. You don't have the money and resources to go up and play with the big boys. And why would you want to go up and be another just middle of the road? Even if you ended up being a good group of 5 team, you're not beating big
Do
programs.
those schools have collectives too?
Yeah, you can.
I know you can, but do they?
I would assume so to some extent. Just, you don't have a $15 million budget, but
they still may operate the old school way.
No one operates the old school way.
Well, they could.
Why would you?
Well, just give them cash.
Oh, well, yeah. But that's how it's, well.
I bet they do the same thing as everybody else on a smaller scale.
Yeah. Yeah, you're giving them cash. Yeah, it's just under the guy. Yeah, I see where you're going. I was confused there for a minute, but I see where you're going.
Indiana, Ohio State, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
It's the first game right out of the gate. Number 5 v number 2.
Let's go.
This is great.
I hope we get a good game. I have my doubts.
The big nooner.
I mean, it's a 10.5-point spread. I just can't get that Indiana-Michigan game out of my head. But Ohio State with a reshuffled O-line. And
I just don't know how anybody can really know what Indiana's going to bring to the table because they just have not been tested like this.
Google me, bitch.
I have no idea. Obviously, they're good.
Yeah.
Good pass rush, right?
Yeah.
Good players. Good coach.
And their
good quarterback.
Yeah.
I saw somebody arguing that they have the better of the 2 quarterbacks in the game, and that may be true. But there's a whole different level of player over there at Ohio State that Indiana has not played this season at all.
And when they played Michigan is not a good football team right now. Michigan just has better athletes, and Michigan should have won that game. And you're about to face those same athletes, but that are actually good players and a good scheme. And it's in Columbus. That's just, I do not see that. And maybe it's a battle, but that to me, Ohio State will win that game by 2 scores. I feel pretty confident in that. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Indiana shocks the world, but I do not think that will be the case.
Also 9 a.m. Ole Miss is at Florida.
Maybe. I mean, Florida's playing better.
Well, no, they are there. They're going to play it.
I know. Well, Florida has been an interesting case study because it's the toughest schedule in the history of college football. We figured Billy Napier would be fired by now. They played Georgia okay.
Ole Miss has to win.
Texas blew the doors off of them, and then they found a way to beat LSU last week. But Ole Miss is in a must-win situation, and the Florida offensive line and quarterback play is pretty shaky. And Ole Miss arguably has the best front in college football. From a Havoc standpoint, it's number one in pressure rate, Havoc score, all that. Ole Miss is going to run roughshod.
SMU has an interesting one. They're 13th. They're 9-1. They're trying to get into that ACC title game. They're playing at Virginia.
Does Virginia have anything?
5-5.
5-5,
but it's on the road.
I haven't seen anything that.
Heard a little nuggie that Virginia's coach is 13-3 against the spread when a dog by more than a touchdown, which that is tonight.
Okay,
or this weekend.
It's interesting little factoid. I have not watched 1 second of Virginia football. I don't.
Why
know
would
nothing
you?
about them.
Why
I
would
wouldn't. I'm just like,
You
whatever.
care about that big Georgia UMass game?
I don't. It's the worst part about the SEC, and I know there's plenty of stuff to not like about the SEC, but that stupid UMass week and Citadel and all that crap before rivalry week, it's so bad.
12:30 games. We've got Kentucky visiting Texas. We've got BYU visiting Arizona State and Colorado visiting Kansas in Kansas City.
Who would have thought those 2 games right there would have massive college football playoff implications?
2 Big 12 games. And then another one in the Big 10, Penn State at Minnesota. You mentioned you like the Gophers to keep that close.
I do. I just that wouldn't. If you're looking for a kind of an off the board upset,
you're headed
this
towards
week,
Turdville.
I would just say keep an eye on that. Penn State's favored by 12, so Penn State should win going away. But Penn State can look a little ugly at times, as we all know, we've seen over the years. And Minnesota's not a bad football team. I think Minnesota might be able to hang around and keep this thing close.
4:00 is Army Notre Dame.
That's the one. I will sit down for that, and I know that they're going to get bludgeoned, but
Yankee Stadium.
Army is undefeated, and if there just is any magic in the football world, any magic from the football gods, Army beating Notre Dame, knocking Notre Dame out of the playoff, and Army going undefeated, it would be, to me, the story of the year. And no one's talking.
I don't get brain man, cold, but they're.
No one's talking about Army. No one's mentioned it all year. We just assume it's going to be Boise State, and I say, well, why not Army? And then we watched Navy get beat by like 40 against Notre Dame.
I just don't think anybody has faith that Army
probably
has
not.
the horses to beat them.
Well, they don't, but Northern Illinois didn't either.
But you know what's interesting, though? You're right. Northern Illinois didn't either. But I also think that Northern Illinois has better players than Army.
Yes, they do.
And
they've won like 3 games all year.
What's interesting is that the spread is only 14.
In some places it's down. It's
the odds makers aren't dumb.
No.
Last I checked. I mean, that's,
Hey, keeping it.
There's a lot of those this weekend that are 10 to 15 point spreads that are. The favorite is the road team.
Yeah.
You know somebody's going to get bounced. Like Alabama's another one. They're going on the road to Oklahoma. Again, it's another one of those. Oklahoma's 5-5, but it's in Norman. 14-point spread, should win. But that's the theme this week is all of those games. The Indiana, Ohio State, that's double digits. The SMU, Virginia, we mentioned. The Alabama, Oklahoma, Florida, Ole Miss. That's really the theme, except for those 2 Big 12 games.
Yeah.
And those games are field goal games.
Yeah. So it's just anytime you think, like you said, anytime you think that there's nothing to watch, college football usually
I bet you
turns its
I bet you tomorrow is bananas. Seriously, I bet it gets wild.
I hope so.
With some of these games.
I love it. At the end of the year, because you pencil out all you want. Oh, this one's in, that one's in, and we project it out, and then this comes along and just kicks everyone right in the teeth.
One other game, Pac-12.
It's the Pac-12. Pac-2 championship.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, we got that too.
Yeah.
Oregon State playing Washington State.
Yeah, it's the Pac-12 champ.
Yeah, but we also have USC, UCLA.
Oh yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
It's a week early. I don't know why.
I kind of forgot about that. Because USC ends with Notre Dame. I don't know who UCLA.
But they used to end with UCLA. I don't know why they switched that.
Did they? I thought they ended with.
Yeah, it used to be their end of season rivalry game.
Okay.
They always played Notre Dame late, like in November,
Yeah.
I think. But yeah, they usually finish with their rival. or their crosstown rival.
I just love anytime Buck chimes in. I want Buck to permanently be like this. I just think it's great.
He's got gurgle voice. Like
I love
John
that
Anthony.
he's giving me confirmed
Can we get
information.
Can we get a 3-hour show from you after we're done here tonight?
No, we cannot.
Could he make it 3 hours on his own?
I don't think so. Not
Doing
without some help.
Sports talk.
At some point, it would just be.
What would happen if you had a
Some hot
cigarette
tea.
right now?
Oh God, that sounds horrible.
I think we can make it happen.
I don't want one.
I got to tell you, I love cigarette voice.
Yeah.
Like on a, like when I was younger.
Sure.
On a gal, you know.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hey. That.
I'm Janelle Anthony.
Although it's hot when it's a young, but cigarette voice on 52-year-old gal is a little
it's a little different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't age.
Doesn't
quite
age well.
the same.
But I get where you're going. The hot 25-year-old bartender. Yeah, burning heaters. I get it.
All right.
Okay.
By the way, we didn't even talk about this, but Ryan Day have a problem if Indiana wins?
Yes. Yeah, he's
not survive the season problem?
It's a big problem. I mean, they'd still make the playoff even if they lost to Indiana, but I think that first round game, which would be like a Boise State type, it would be a monster game. I mean, he will be under serious pressure if he loses to Indiana. As a double-digit favorite at home, that's a big one.
All right, there's your college football F around. Joey Harrington joins us next on The Fan.
This is a Football Friday. Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, lots of news in the NFL today, including the Giants cutting Daniel Jones at the quarterback's request. He is still owed $69 million over the next 2 years. The 49ers going to be without Brock Purdy or Nick Bosa this Sunday when they visit Lambeau Field. Purdy's out with an injured throwing shoulder. That makes Brandon Allen QB1 against Green Bay. The big matchup of the weekend on the college gridiron is in Columbus Saturday as number 5 Indiana visits number 2 Ohio State. They'll kick it off at 9 a.m. Buckeyes favored by 10.5. Winner of that game likely to play number 1 Oregon in the conference championship game. At Reser Stadium, Washington State visits the Beavs. It's 4 o'clock kickoff on the CW. The Cougs are favored by 11.5. And on the hardwood tonight, another NBA Cup game for the Blazers. They are in Houston, and currently they're trailing 20-16 with about 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Comes in with his own miss, fires it outside to Sharp. Blazers with a reset, working with 9. Sharp a 3. Long range, nothing but cord for Shaden Sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Blazers hanging in there. They're only down 4.
And
that's good.
Jeremy Grant did play. Everyone thought that he was going to be out with an illness, but he is out there spreading the spreading the Rona.
Tell you, if I'm a bettor, I don't like that stuff. Yeah. That gets in the way of my smart bets.
16-20, Rockets up with about 2 to play in the first quarter.
Who's Leading the Charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month online at batteryexchangewithAX.com.
Auto accident? Let Leif's Auto Collision Centers handle your claim from A to Z. We pick up your vehicle, negotiate your claim, fix it to pre-loss condition, handle the billing, and drop it off. No wonder a recent survey of Oregonians voted Leif's the #1 choice for repairs. With pickup and delivery, pre-loss repairs, factory parts, loaners, and manufacturer's recommendations, Leif's has been the consumer's choice for over 33 years. The law gives you the right to choose who repairs your vehicle. Choose Leif's, the finest in collision repair.
Hey, it's Dusty. Victor Rico's just dropped new menu items. Restaurant quality, made fresh, and served fast. Plus, they're open late. So whenever hunger
heard of a player defecating on a coach's car?
That's good.
No.
What is a
Would you like to rephrase the question?
Why do you keep telling us there is something about someone defecating on a coach's car?
I never said anybody defecated on a coach's car.
What is the rumor?
I said that somebody defecated on the owner's car.
The owner's car. That's actually better.
That's even better.
That's
Yeah.
even better.
So what is this about, and why on earth did we not, where did this come from?
Well, this came from a couple weeks ago because we were talking about something and it got boring or something like that. And you're like, well, you never bring any good stories anymore. I was like, well, what do you expect me to do? Talk about the time when, a player on the team took a dump on the owner's car? And you're like, what?
The answer to that question is yes.
And it was right at the end of the show.
It's not story time. You've been very clear that these are football.
You can't
Friday.
do this to us. You have teased this last week we forgot.
Oh no. We're absolutely going to talk about this. You're simply setting up where did this come from?
Yeah.
And it came from for what, 8 weeks now, 10 weeks, 12 weeks. All we've been doing is talking about football. We don't tell stories like we do in the off season. So this was just like a one-off, and it was because you were accusing me of being boring. And I was like, look, it's football season. You do it to yourself.
That's true.
It's a valid point.
I would never call you boring.
Touche. Touche.
Yeah. So the story is we were coming back in. So let me preface by saying I will not use the players' names.
Names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Or
Exactly.
guilty.
So
that too.
we were coming in the day after a rough game. Guys are injured. A bunch of guys on crutches, limping in. And the owner in the players' parking lot.
I'm laughing already, by the way. This is like my jam.
Their dealership, so they owned car dealerships.
Yeah.
And they would park the cars that they wanted to sell in front of the player's entrance, in the parking spots, right in the right there. I mean, they're a bunch of, rich young guys, and there's an Escalade sitting there. It's of course you want to buy and so everybody walks by, and as you're walking by, it wasn't so much the stench as it was the sheer size of this. I mean, we are talking about so we all get into the locker room, and it's what in the hell was that? Did you see that? And they're like, yeah, I saw that. Did you see that? It's oh my God, it looked like a bear took a dump on the car. I was we're all yeah, that's not human. There's no way somebody could do that. It's that thing is massive. I mean, we're talking a pile the size, King Kong, the abominable snowman, a massive pile of feces on the hood of this car that had been parked in the injured players' spots in an effort to get the players to walk by it and see it. But what happened is all these guys who were on crutches and all these guys who were limping in and coming in after iced up after a game, well, some people got pissed. Yeah. People got really mad, and so somebody on the team convinced another person on the team to go talk to the head of security to make sure that at a certain time the camera system went on the fritz.
Jeez.
And so after that was confirmed, then and this was conveyed to me in, secondhand info down the line. They then put on hooded sweatshirts, went to the cafeteria, and each got a carafe of coffee and a to-go container. And spent the next 30 to 45 minutes prepping the mission.
Percolating, if you will.
Percolating, yeah. So after the percolation had finished, cue the cameras off, cue the hoods up, cue the to-go containers, and cue the giant absolute pile of filth on the hood of the owner's car.
Right on the wait, was it the owner's car, or was this one of the cars that they had set out that they were trying to get the players
to buy? Like one of the cars that the owner was trying to sell.
Yeah, because
this is a brand new car with the tags on it, like sticker in the window. Hey, $86,000, but to you guys it's only 84. And the players said, "Screw this. Here's a giant pile of." And he didn't park there the next day.
So wait, it sounds like there were multiple dumps. Were there multiple?
It sounds like maybe two.
There were
a second
two
spitter.
people.
No.
There were two assassins. It was a multi-man mission.
Yeah.
Hence the size. Hence the sheer size, and people doubting whether or not this could be done by either A, one person, or B, was this actually human.
Yeah. And quite frankly, you do not have to confirm anything, but I believe this is a Detroit Lion mission, and I'm already going through because it's a lineman. That's 100%. This is 100%. It's probably an offensive lineman, potentially an offense/defense, a multifaceted joint task force. But this screams O-line, and I will not mention any names, but I'm already going through rosters, just chuckling to myself, being like, "Yeah, I bet you it's him." Trust me, this is 100% something that was hatched up in an O-line meeting. It's just this is what they do, and it's magical. And I couldn't be any.
Is he onto something?
Well, so how do you want me to? Because I don't want to completely shoot you down.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Because I also love the fact that you feel a kindred spirit quality to this mission.
Well, look,
but I will say that it is neither my first team nor the offensive line.
Interesting. That's an upset. Because I'll tell you right now, sitting in a locker room, if someone came to me with this sort of covert operation, I would pull the town. Whose car are we taking?
Can I? So I feel like, so if it wasn't your first team, then it wasn't Detroit. Then I think you were in Atlanta, and I feel like Arthur Blank may have dealerships.
Miami.
I don't know that Stephen Ross did.
New Orleans.
And then New Orleans, I think it's Atlanta.
It is the dirty South.
I think it's Atlanta.
That's the definition of the dirty South.
Are we close?
I see. Now we're getting down that path of starting to to narrow things
so
down.
It's Atlanta.
Yeah, it's probably Atlanta.
Yeah. Okay, and then
it warms my heart that this happened. It's just there's something just disgusting and offensive and beautiful all wrapped into one. And
you know what? It's so funny. Like you say that, and I think that in no other place could a giant pile of feces be considered like this incredible "I got your back" moment.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine in a locker room, like, all these guys coming in after losing a game and literally seeing guys, braced up and just getting so upset as a team leader. And it's like, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to go take a dump on his car.
Yeah. You know what? It sends a message is what it is.
It's Miami. Stephen Ross Auto. Aha. Aha.
Just love these sorts of
Stephen Ross Auto. He owns an auto dealership. Your silence speaks volumes.
Oh, this just makes me so happy.
Now,
it's just so funny that like I could continue to spin you in all sorts of different directions but at no point am I going to say what it is or what it isn't.
No, it's because and it's better left that way. That's just one of those you just keep to your chest, you keep it close, and it just becomes the stuff of lore, and it's wonderful.
Are we to assume that the dumps were taken on top of one another? Is that why they were so large?
Maybe combined.
So the dumps. So imagine a styrofoam to go, like the white styrofoam to go containers, right?
Okay.
So each participant filled one of those.
And then combine. God. Think like a Voltron sort of thing. They combined forces.
Exactly. And then delivered said product to the hood of the automobile.
Right, because you wouldn't want to squat on the hood.
No.
Exactly. Because
damages.
you only had a few seconds, like when the cameras were going to go on the fritz, right?
Oh. Yeah.
You know, that's a very integral piece, a part of this, right? Yeah. You know, you have to imagine like. Guys are coming in injured in the morning, right? You got to come in early for treatment. So you're seeing all these guys. I mean, we're talking like 6:30 in the morning, right, Suk? I mean, you come in after a game and, you know, to get treatment the next day. And so for this to happen, this had to be a coordinated effort before everybody else got there, right? So all the injured guys come in at, 7 o'clock, right? Pick your number. And then everybody else comes in at 8 o'clock, right? But so you had that time there where it's like, I have to consume the coffee, I have to get the to-go containers filled with the product, and I have to coordinate just the quick 15 seconds to walk outside the locker room door to deliver the package and still make it look like it was just a blip in the security camera.
Dude, it's like Ocean's 11. You guys are like the USS Indianapolis delivering the bomb, the Hiroshima bomb. Like you got it. I mean, it's covert stuff, and I respect the secrecy of said mission and the planning. I mean, that's professional work right there. It's great.
Yeah,
and
you
message
weren't pulling a squat in the public because that gets you. I mean, you're you're on the first thing smoking. You know Can you imagine like? And this is the other thing too. Like I sit there and laugh about it to myself sometimes, and then I think, in what other world would somebody dare drop a deuce on your boss's car?
You don't.
And not just like your boss, but like these like literally people like who I don't know, like man, we gotta talk about how the NFL isn't a real it's not real world. Like it's like this otherworldly experience.
Don't piss off NFL players. No. Duly noted.
Yes.
Did you ever I was watching the Browns
take a dump on the owner's car? No, I did not.
I would not peg you as one to do such a thing. I was watching the Browns Steelers last night, and I'm convinced that Myles Garrett.
He's watching the Browns.
That's right.
Hey, that was a great game.
It is the Browns.
I loved that. Yeah, well, yeah, it all ties in. And I'm convinced that Myles Garrett continues to get bigger until he's going to explode. He looks like Hulk Hogan now.
Terrifying.
It is terrifying. Who was the biggest guy, the most jacked guy you ever played with or around or against?
Jacked or biggest?
They're different.
Jacked. Myles Garrett. Did you see Myles Garrett last night? No. He's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's massive.
He is. His arms are bigger than my whole body. Yeah. He is two of me on his arms. Yeah.
But see, there's a difference though, because like remember, so I was in the league when David Boston was there.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. Remember David Boston?
He worked out. He worked out with Thomas Jones in Arizona, who was with me in Tampa. I think they were on the same program.
Right. So like there are guys that are just like yoked beyond belief, but he took it to a point where it was detrimental, right? So there are only a handful. I mean, okay. Then let me quantify this. The level of jacked or yoked or buffedness is not like normal day-to-day point of comparison. Like the floor of this is already like through the ceiling of most normal people. So like to say that David Boston was just over the top is like ridiculous over the top. Yeah. But in terms of, I mean, God, like, but there's also like massive human beings out there. Like Vince Wilfork, like he by no means jacked, but massive, and he was faster than me.
Yeah, he's oversized.
So that's like the tough question is it a 6'6", 265-pound Brian Urlacher, like standing over the top of the center, knowing that he could get from there all the way back and play center field and cover two? Or is it Vince Wilfork who at 385 pounds could chase me down? Or is it a guy like David Boston who you're literally just looking for the most ripped guy out there?
Yeah, we played in the preseason, because that's mostly what I did was preseason stuff. We played Chicago, and they had – you remember Ted Washington?
Yes.
Do yourself a favor if you're listening and look up Ted Washington. And I don't know what Ted was listed at, but he was the largest human being. Like, he didn't move. They just put him at nose guard, and that was it. Like,
and he plugged a hole. He
plugged like 9 holes.
Yeah, Pat Williams. Remember Pat Williams?
Yeah, I remember Pat Williams.
Yep.
Gilbert
Pat was just a touch below that, where you paired him with Kevin Williams, and the two of them were wrecking shop in Minnesota.
They listed Ted Washington at 6'6", 375. I'll tell you right now, if he's 375, horse crap, then I'm 215. Dude, Ted was 4 spins, and you just Chester McGloughlin. I mean, there's a difference between.
Yeah, I was looking for jacked.
Yeah.
You know, like, because Myles Garrett, like, I don't even know how to describe him. Yeah. At any rate, we must break. Do you think Joey Harrington is worried about Dan Lanning's aggressive nature? Find out next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Stopped at the top of the circle with 8 to play. Minor takes it to the right mid post, throws it to the perimeter. Now Ratai dribbles, launches, misses, rebound, Biddle. That will do it. Ducks 78, Beavers 75.
How about that? Suk was right. He's not in here, but the Beavers covered the spread.
The line was too high,
but the Ducks get the dub, and they remain undefeated. Tuesday they play Texas A&M, and I was looking at them today. That's a pretty damn good team. That Texas A&M game, that'll be a nice test. That'll be Tuesday here on The Fan. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
Thank you, Jake Dicker. You may be saying it just for the week because your team's playing them. I have felt that way this whole like be best friends because you got abandoned. And also him saying this out loud. Oh, they would have left us as quick as we would have left them. Yeah. So you wouldn't have remained loyal to a brand. Right. Shocking.
The only reason you were loyal is because you didn't have any other options.
Choice. Otherwise you wouldn't have been.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity, you want Mods PDX. At Mods PDX, we craft beautiful, sustainable, energy-efficient buildings of the highest quality. Our modular approach means your project can be completed faster than traditional construction, and our team of uniquely qualified architectural and trade professionals have the expertise and experience to make your vision a reality. Visit us today at modspdx.com.
If you've been arrested for a DUI, call the Reynolds Defense Firm. This is McDaniel Reynolds with the Reynolds Defense Firm, and we specialize in just one thing. We represent good people facing DUI charges. If you've been arrested, the first thing you need is to find the right law firm to help you. The kind of law firm you can place your faith and trust into. A law firm that you can believe in, and one that will believe in you too. The Reynolds Defense Firm is exactly that kind of law firm for the clients we work with. We do fantastic legal work, and our team is second to none. While every case is unique and outcomes differ, what I can say is
substances.
We've been with plenty of substances already.
Can we clean it up? Maybe some cleaner substances.
Cleaner substances. That's true.
Okay. First of all, this is the tee-up question is what did you think of the Oregon going for the fake field goal in Wisconsin?
I think the better question is, were you surprised about the fake field goal?
Well, you can't be surprised, can you? That's him.
Right. Exactly. That's my point. Right. Like, you have to accept. Would I have had the guts to call that thing? No, of course not. Right. But there was obviously something that they saw, some look that they wanted. The crazy thing is, had tight end simply taken an inside release and not swung wide, that they'd still probably be running. That thing was there.
Yeah.
Now, I think you have to you know that something like this is coming. You do. Whether it's the onside kick against Ohio State, whether it's going for it on the goal line on 4th down against Washington, like, he has established that this is the style of football he's going to play, and frankly, I love it. I do. I love the aggressive nature, and with that, you have to accept that sometimes it's going to bite you.
Yeah, and I think that's Go ahead.
That's the tough part is. You can't second guess and say, oh, I liked it, I didn't like it, because your opinion is always based on whether or not it worked, right? If it worked, oh my God, that's the greatest call in the world. Like, big, what did they used to call all the student section, like, big balls chip, and like, because when it works, it's great, but this didn't work. And so I don't feel like you can make a neutral observation around it, because you have the results already.
Yeah.
Am I surprised that he did it? No, I'm not.
Well,
he's aggressive. He's going to play percentages. I would be curious to know what the conversation was around it, right? Because that was what I thought immediately afterwards. Is like, if you're going to go for it on 4th down. Well, I should say this: was it a 4-down situation? And if it wasn't a 4-down situation, are you trying to get the field goal? Do you feel like the fake field goal is your best option because they're giving you a look that you like? Maybe they gave it to you earlier in the game, right? So then, do you run the ball? You ran the ball 3 times leading up to it. I don't know. Like, I'm just really curious to know what the conversation was that led to that situation.
We had him on yesterday, and we pressed him on that.
Yeah.
We did talk to him about that, and. He, without saying it, he basically is just saying, hey, if the look's there, we're going to take it. Yeah. Right? Yep. I mean, is that how you see it too?
He basically said that in that situation, if the look was there, we run it. If the look's not there, I kick the field goal and I let our defense play. Yes. So he said it was a check call that they went up there, and he said, regardless of the situation, if that look had been there, we're running.
And you're right. And he even said, he's like, that was there. Yeah. And it was there. Just the guy made a great play, tripped him up. But I feel like, but then Suk was pressing him on, well, does the situation in the game matter? Is it just always going to be like that? And he kind of basically said, it's just always going to be like that. Yeah. He's just going to look at the situation and say, that's a look we want. We're going to do it.
Yeah, because I was like, I mentioned a lot of times now in the NFL especially, I don't think it's trickled down quite as much to college, but you're seeing more and more coaches just like, I'm ending the game here. Like, We're not playing conservative. We're not, especially against like Mahomes and Josh Allen. We're not kicking field goals going up by 6 and giving you the ball. We're not doing it.
Yeah, but there's even a difference between just saying we're ending the game here, whether we get it or don't. Yeah. And what Dan is saying, there's a difference between that and saying if the look is there. Yeah. Regardless of the situation, we're going to take it, right? Those are 2 different things to me.
Yeah,
the first is like, percentages be damned. I'm just going to go for it. Mm. Dan's situation is essentially it's like a check with me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You get to the line of scrimmage, you get you look for the look that you like on the other side, and you run your play accordingly. Yeah. And I'm okay with that. That's smart football. And I think that if you start to change away from that or shy away from that, just because the situation I don't know, you get nervous, or because you're trying to preserve something, or because you're trying not to lose, then that's exactly what's going to happen, right? You know, it's there's a difference between scared money don't make money and being reckless just for the sake of being reckless. And I think there's always been a reason behind the aggressive decisions that Dan has made.
Yeah. Well, he's talked about, I mean, people sometimes make stuff more complicated than it has to be, but I mean, Joey knows he's a quarterback. As an old lineman, we just come up on a lot of it is just a count. Like, you know, hey, do we have 4 or do we have 5 to the side? If we have 4, we run the play. If we have 5, we either go, you know, with a kill and we change to something else, or we run it to the other side. And, you know, I mean, there is something simplistic, but also, I mean, you appreciate the fact that that's what I took it as. It's simply a count. If we outnumber them, we are going to do this. And he really doesn't care about the situation. He proved it. He ran a fake punt in a somewhat close game. It wasn't a blowout yet. He ran a fake punt from his own 20-yard line to Jordan Birch, for God's sakes. Why? Because the look was there.
And because Jordan Birch is a 6'5", 290-pound running back, that's why.
Right, but I mean, you would think that, like, that just, if you want to know that he doesn't care and it is literally based on the count and this is the look, that's the one that you're like, well, if it's there, they're going to do it. And I don't,
you're right.
And I don't care about the blame or the consequences. He will sit there, as Rob said, and be like, what? The number was there.
Well, you're right about consistency. I'm with you on that. Hey, that's who he is. Yeah. Expected. But I thought the Wisconsin game was interesting because it was the complete opposite of the Ohio State game.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it.
And I wouldn't have done it either. I would have just kicked. I would have taken 3. You hate going up 6.
Yeah.
But if you get 3 there, you now force Wisconsin to have to score a touchdown, and they were not going to score a touchdown. So I think it's a different game, and you have to view it differently.
Who says you get 3?
Yeah, it wasn't.
I mean, we're making the assumption like there's three scenarios in this. The first is that there's 4 scenarios. The first is you run the fake and don't get it, which is what happened. The second is you run the fake and you do get it, in which case ball game's over. The third situation is you kick it and go up 6. The fourth situation is you kick it and you miss. Like these are all realistic scenarios.
But that's the same as not getting the fake.
Yeah.
And it's a way higher percentage chance of getting a field goal than the fake.
Sure.
So again, I just think it's
interesting.
Look, there are people that are worried that this is going to bite Oregon in the biggest moment. And that may be true. And I think that if that happens, we're all going to come back here and say, hey, well, okay, but this is him. And that's you'd rather lose that way than him, like you say, getting conservative.
I would too. I will not be the one that fillets him in a national title game. If something like that happens and they lose, you will not get criticism from me because he has shown you who he is. And you can't love it when it's against Texas Tech in the third quarter and hate it. Or, you know, and he did it against Washington. I mean, he's just, this is him.
He's consistent.
Yeah.
The other thing too, though, you got to understand is, well, I shouldn't say it like that, but this program hasn't won a national championship.
True.
No.
Got to go for it.
What exactly?
Yeah.
Like, would you rather sit there and be conservative and still sit on the edge? Like, let's say you get to that situation where a decision that Dan makes ends up costing, you don't get it and you lose.
Yeah.
I would much rather be in that situation saying, you know what, I laid everything out there, as opposed to saying, you know what, I tried to save it and I tried to get conservative, and you know what, I still I'm sorry. Like, I
agree.
Like,
it's a good point.
Yeah, as somebody who has helped build this program and have sat here for the better part of 2.5 decades saying, dang, we're close, dang, we're close, dang, we're close. Man, let's go get it.
You know who comes to mind when you say that? The Bills.
Yeah.
The Bills, a couple decisions here and there against the Chiefs, and then they get into the game against the Chiefs last week.
They learned. And
they said, you know what, they pulled the Dan Lanning. Like, we're going to run this. Yes. We're going to get the first down.
And I love that. And
that's right. That's how you win.
Yes. I will never fault teams. Ravens did it right. Bengals did it going for 2 to win a game and you miss it. If you tell me that I've got one play to win a game, I will never fault the coach for having the big onions or big balls or whatever to say we win it right here. And in that situation, it's not even if you don't get it, you lose it. But in the 2-point world, it does, right? You lose the game. I just will not be critical of something one play, because if you told most people in a huge opportunity, you get one play to win this thing, I think most people take that, especially if maybe you're an underdog.
I agree.
Okay. Thanks for the doo-doo stories. That was great.
I love that.
Yeah, I got all sorts of these fun things.
The old rookie dookie.
We're going to figure it out.
You're actually not going to figure it out.
Really? It was you, wasn't
No,
it?
you're not. It was me.
All right. Well, have a great weekend and enjoy the bye, and we'll talk Huskies next week. Thanks.
All right, see you guys.
All right. That's Joe Harrington, courtesy of Mods PDX. The future of building is here. What if this happened on your flight? Next in the club on the Fan.
For Warren Allen, attorneys at law.
I wanted to see him get his ass kicked.
Yeah, and like I said, I had no hatred.
But he seemed fine. Like I don't consume much Jake Paul.
Yeah, I don't either.
But when I heard him leading up to the fight and then after the fight with Tyson,
yeah,
no,
I mean
he's fine. I think he's toned it down. Maybe
he's a smart guy and he's a very good business guy. It's the idea.
He doesn't seem very talented though.
Well,
is he super talented?
He's talented at making money.
I just mean like
I don't know what he does. Other than he
like what is his what?
Started as a YouTube streamer.
Yeah, he's a YouTube guy.
I know, but what does he do on there?
Dumbass. He's a jackass guy. He
did
around,
like pranks and stuff.
Okay, pranks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know. Honestly,
I think
didn't
it
even
started as that, but it has since morphed like 12 times over.
Okay, so it does have some talent.
Yeah, but it's like
talent at capturing people's attention.
Yeah, and it's like that. It's like you see there were some dudes in Britain, and their one was they would go into people's homes. They would just open doors and walk in and refuse to leave. Like that was their influencer prank. And then there was the other guy. The one guy got shot, and I've never felt. I'm not gonna say happy.
Less bad.
Less bad. There was a guy, and he would, on his phone, he would have like a computer voice that said like, "Tickle my pickle" or something, some stupid thing, and he would just go up to people at like food courts, and he was a big guy. And he would lord over them and then just play that message over and over and over again. And there was a guy picking up food. And he was like, dude, leave me alone. And he just kept going. And the dude turned and shot him. The dude took one in the gut. And the guy didn't die. But I was like, I don't want to see anyone shot. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, what? That crap.
So does that qualify as an influencer or is that a content creator?
I think that's kind
of
the same.
Are they one and the same? Because I feel like hots can just be hot and be like, go buy my vitamins, go buy my herbal tea.
Yeah.
But like, they're not, lording over people
point.
in food courts. So like, there probably is a line between them, but I don't know what it is.
I just don't fault anyone. If you can make a living doing that, what a great living. Like, more power to you. I just know that I, on a deep personal level, probably don't like anything about you. But I respect your ability to make money seemingly not having a real job, but I'll bet you there's more to that to be successful and make a living out of it. It's like the Kardashian thing. You can hate them all you want and say they don't have any talent, but there is a talent. They make money. They get people to pay attention.
Well,
same thing with Jake Paul.
I'm guessing they don't care what you think.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, they're clearly good at what they do. I just don't know what they do.
I guess they just tap into other people's feelings.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
how are people feeling? Give them something, what do people want?
Yeah.
When they're scrolling, I don't know.
They figured something.
Yeah. Anyway, this woman, not an influencer, an actress. I misspoke. She is being widely panned on internet. She is a Mexican ex-soap opera star.
Okay.
Super hot, big up tops, the whole thing.
Yeah.
She's also that's where I got the influencer thing. She's a fitness influencer.
Yeah. Okay.
So she's on
That makes sense.
the IG doing,
Yeah.
body
Fitness bits.
body pumps and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she got up in the middle of a flight recently, and it was a very long flight. It doesn't exactly say where she was
Yeah,
going.
I see it here.
She did a full-on workout
Yeah.
for herself
She is a hot.
in the aisle of the flight.
Yeah. Yeah,
What do you think about that? What would you do if that was on your flight?
Stare.
Would that would that bother you? I mean, is that not obnoxious?
I'll tell you what. If it's in my seat, like, because
she's in the aisle.
She's in the aisle. If that's by my aisle, that's not going to happen. We're putting a stop to that.
You gonna do tackle her? You gonna Terry Tater?
No, but I would hit my call button, or I'd put my foot out. Like, we're not doing that. Like, we're not. I would get up nonstop to go to the bathroom and walk by her in the aisle. I would do whatever, because she could hit me with it. With there's nothing stop me from doing my workout, and I would respond with, "You don't know the amount of stubborn that you're about to deal with, because there's nothing to stop me from walking up and down the aisle." And by walking up and down the aisle, I mean just 4 seats back and forth. You will move somewhere else. I'm just like, you can do it away from me, but you will not do it in front of my seat. That would not happen.
So she, instead of light stretchy, so she says She was feeling crazy after nearly 35 hours in the air on airplanes.
That does seem like a long time.
I'm guessing that's an exaggeration.
I'm sure it is.
But okay.
Yeah.
Instead of doing some light stretching or walking down the aisle, she opted to execute an intense multi-step full-body workout in the middle of the cabin.
Oh, yeah, dude. She's going nuts here in the video.
Yeah, she's clad in an eye mask and pajamas. She's running in place in the aisle. Then she proceeds to perform a series of squat jumps as if she's in a CrossFit class.
Yeah, while filming herself, by the way.
Well, of course, it's for the gram.
Yeah.
All the while, her husband is nonchalantly scrolling through his phone while sitting in his seat.
Yeah. Yeah, this wouldn't go down. Now, again, if I'm 4 aisles away, whatever.
I mean, that's really obnoxious.
Yes.
But
so that's her husband that she's kind of facing?
Yeah.
Okay. At least that's not
scrolling through his phone.
I guess she's facing someone, but her ass is in someone's face.
Not his.
Not his. I would think you'd want it the other way around. Like, you'd want the ass to the husband and the face to the other person.
Because she got a great ass, and you got your head all the way up it.
Well, anyway, I saw that and thought of you.
Someone saying watching a hot woman work out sounds terrible. Look, don't get me wrong. She's she's all covered up, so it's not like you're seeing anything. And even if you did, it's just rude. It's just, and I guess that's my problem that I have with a lot of the influencers and content creators is they do rude things and they get attention for them, and that just seems fundamentally wrong to me. That they just like the public pranks that they do, and so when something bad happens to these people, I'm like, yeah, it's welcome to karma. You just got to be. It's fascinating the amount of crap that they're willing to get. I guess people let them get away with, because no one really wants to cause a scene. I don't mind causing a scene. We're okay. I'll take one for the team on this.
This guy says, and that there is how they get paid.
Yeah, that is.
I guess so. You know, damn it, we fell for it again. We're talking about her.
We didn't mention her by name though, at least.
Yeah, I don't know what her name is.
I don't know. Her name is hot. She's
very hot.
She's very hot.
Very hot.
Yeah. And again, if you can make a living being hot, it's a great living.
Just
do it away from
people's awareness of how rude they can. It boggles my mind.
Well, the staggering thing to me is I think the awareness often is there and they just don't care.
Yes.
Like it's not that they're
Which
unaware.
is worse.
I think what's worse is knowing and being aware and not giving a rip. That is way worse than being oblivious, I think.
See, I have more respect for I don't care, I'm going to do this. I know, I'm fully aware. I
have a harder time
you.
blaming the person who doesn't know they're doing it.
Well, but I don't because I feel like the awareness should be there, and you are super lazy if you're not aware.
But if you are aware and you're doing it anyways, then you're just a jerk. At least the other way, you're just an idiot, not a jerk.
Correct. I would rather. I think I'm okay with the jerk. It's like, hey.
Give me the idiot, because if you explain it to them, they might understand that they're putting other people out.
But they don't, though. People don't do that. You explain anything to anybody anymore, it's like.
And I don't know. I just think people are afraid. This happens a bunch. People always film stuff in gyms, right? Like, if you I know you don't go to the gym a lot. Bug, where you go, do people film?
No, not where I go. The gym I go to has a lot of olds, so not so much.
Yeah, I see people filming, and I will not go out of my way to walk in front of anyone's camera. Like, I'm not trying to bother anyone.
A lot of filming in there?
Yeah, people film a lot. And I'm like, all right, whatever, man. But I will also not go out of my way to accommodate you. I am going to do exactly what I'm doing. And if there is an issue with that, you can kiss my ass. And occasionally, but like I said, if there's an easy path to just walk around it, I'll walk around it. But I've had people get a little huffy because you're in the background, or they'll say, do you care if you're in the background? And I always say, no, I'd rather not be. I don't need to be in your video. And
you don't want to get famous, dude?
No. And you'd be amazed at how many people get huffy with that. And my response to it is, kiss my ass. Like, I do not. There is a. And then they're always amazed that I push back, and I push back hard. I have no tolerance for it. Because again, if that's what you're choosing to do, great, but no one else has to be a part of it, and no one else needs to accommodate you because you want to put something on Instagram. And you sure as hell shouldn't go out of your way to prank or do something that negatively affects other people. When you do that crap, dude, I hope something bad happens to you. I hope that someone, let's say some calamity befalls you. That's karma.
All right. Are you a narcissist? The Christmas tree experiment. That next on The Fan.
And one time at Camp Randall,
Lock. Back to throw. Sets. Throws. Batted down. Intercepted! But
Question redacted. What I should have asked was, do you want...
You're doing great. Take your time.
I think I might have already screwed this up. But when do you want to put up your Christmas tree?
When or
when?
When?
Yeah.
I usually put it up like a day or two after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So Thanksgiving weekend, usually that weekend, the Thanksgiving weekend, a Saturday or Sunday, the tree will usually make an appearance. But almost never before Thanksgiving.
If you can't wait to put up your Christmas tree, you might be a narcissist.
Really? Wow. So I'm not a narcissist because I've never
No, I
put it
think
up.
you are.
But I've never put it up before Thanksgiving.
No.
No?
It says right here.
So I am a narcissist. I'm always the last one to know.
No, see, this is why I screwed this up.
Okay.
Because I asked the wrong question. And because no one is going to admit after hearing that, they're like, oh, well, yeah, I don't want to put up my Christmas tree.
So it's not whether I...
You know what I'm saying?
It's not whether I put it up. It's whether I want to put it up.
I think that's right. I think that's what she's saying. So this is a psychologist.
Okay.
And she says when you choose to deck the halls, says a lot about you.
Yeah.
Psychologist Carmen Hera says that putting up your decorations early can reveal concealed emotions and subconscious behavioral tendencies, including narcissism.
Really?
She says narcissists derive a sense of high satisfaction from being the center of attention, from being praised and applauded. It makes sense, then, that these character traits can easily be fulfilled by turning one's house into a winter wonderland for the entire neighborhood to admire.
So would that work for all holidays? Because when can you say the same thing applies for, people that go all out no matter what? Like,
Never thought about that.
Makes sense.
Possible.
I mean, right? And by the way, I'm not going to say anyone by name. I know this person. I know this family. And by this logic, that is 100% correct. 100%.
She said that on top of giving some a chance to show off, it also may give people the opportunity to portray a picture-perfect family. With matching PJs and all, right, Buck?
I knew we were going down this road.
Fights and rifts are common in all clans, but some people feel the need to cover up the truth of what's going on inside their households with lights and tinsel in November. And she adds, matching family jammies.
This goes back to the performative art piece.
We're just covering up all those warts.
Yeah, gotta think that.
She added that decorating early might be a mechanism for some people to fill a void, to feel happiness when they otherwise wouldn't.
Your family doesn't make you happy, therefore the decorations will.
Yes, that's correct.
I guess I've had this, not the narcissist thing, but I've often thought of people that go over the top with decorating and then complain about it. I've always wondered if maybe there's, that's one of those.
You're not really complaining. You kind of love it deep down.
You complain about it. What do you mean?
Well, it's like
put
how
it up
much
and
work it is, and I don't know why I do this, and you're like, I know why you do it.
God, it took me 8 hours to get all the inflatables up this year, and
again, that's. I wouldn't necessarily pinpoint narcissist, but I've always thought that person is doing it specifically for them. It's like, I'm spreading holiday joy. No, you want people to look at you, and I know exactly who this is, and I'm like, that everything that psychologist is saying, it to me is a T.
So
people love to do the
what?
I'm doing good for others, but in reality, I just want someone to say that I'm a great person and give me a pat on the back.
I mean, most of what people do is for themselves, whether it's disguised well or not.
Yes.
But you passed the test because she says that if you are one of the few people who has had their lights in place since October, then you like to be the first to do things. You enjoy planning and executing well ahead of schedule. You also correctly anticipate the holiday rush and wish to avoid it. She said these are all lumped in with narcissism.
Oh.
So you win.
Look at that. I will say that for me, having a festive house or the tree up and everything, it just puts me in a good mood. Like, I like it, but I don't. I guess I never go over the top. We have very simple decorations, and I never feel the need to then show other people. That's the other one that I'm also fascinated by is you the people that decorate, and then immediately it's got to go on Instagram because look at my house. That's always the one where I'm like, again, you doing that for you or are you doing it for others? I truly believe that most of the decorating and holiday stuff I do is because it generally brings me happiness.
Well, here's the thing. I got news. I'm afraid that Instagram is for you and not for others. The whole institution of it. Anything you put on there, right?
Yes.
I mean,
yeah. I just think in general, social media has led to, we've never had a more, and this is saying something, I don't think we've ever had a more narcissistic, self-centered society in the history of mankind than what we have right now. It goes back to my theory of like when you go on, this is the other one that I would say, like for my test, my narcissist test would be this. If I go on your Instagram or I go on your Facebook page and I find the most famous place you've been, right? Whether that's Grand Canyon, Mount Rushmore, Vatican, whatever, right? The most important or historically or just significant place you've ever been. You know where I'm going with this?
Nope.
Are you in the photo?
What do you mean?
So if I went to the Grand Canyon and I were to take a photo of the Grand Canyon, my photo would be of the Grand Canyon.
Not with you in
I'm
it.
guessing 99% of the people, and maybe let's say 90%, it is not of the Grand Canyon. It is of your dumb head leering, look at the Grand Canyon, but also
well, yeah, but I can go and see cool pictures of the Grand Canyon online. I want to see Jason's dumb head was there.
So
yeah, so you're saying that they're saying, hey, look where I am.
Yes. It is not about the Grand Canyon. It is not about anything that is, you can go stay, like you can be in the Louvre, the most beautiful art in the world, and someone will take a photo in front of something, this masterpiece, and then you're like, yeah, I know you want to look at David, but hey, by the way, check out how awesome I am. And by the way, I'm also going to take 17 photos and make sure that I pick the one that is the cutest, where I look the absolute best. Like we've become so narcissistic that we don't take photos of anything anymore. We just take photos of us with really cool stuff in the background. And that to me is maybe my most troubling thing is when you're somewhere beautiful. We were in Tahoe last year and we were eating right on this beautiful restaurant with a deck. And it was the golden hour, sun sinking down. And dude, it was like salmon coming to spawn. Like you just saw like just everyone descend because it was this great view out over the lake. And we sat there and watched, and we probably saw 20 people take a photo of that beautiful sunset. Do you care to guess how many people actually took a photo of the sunset? Probably 20. We watched 18 to 20 people.
Man, I'm really torn here, Jace. This is a tough one. 5.
1.
Damn it.
We had one person, and when it happened, we were like, holy crap. That person actually took a photo of the sunset. And then they were like passing the phones around so that everyone could get like, hey, take a photo. And some people don't even want that. They want the selfie because it's not as cool if someone takes a photo of you. You want the selfie of you and your other with the Tahoe.
Well, listen, if I don't look really at Instagram at all.
Yeah.
I don't have Facebook. I really don't have any of it. But I do remember that when I did, it was obvious, like when you go to someone's page and it's just all pictures of them.
Yes.
I mean, it's like, oh, okay, well, I know what you're all about.
and that's just...
And I just always wondered, do those people know that?
Yeah.
Do they care?
Well, and it's the other creepy one, too, is when next time you're on vacation and a bunch of people are taking photos and families and watch the little kids that are like 5, 6, 7 years old because they all pose. Like you'll watch the little girls and they know all of the, we've all seen the Instagram poses, right? Where it's like all girls do the leg in front, hip out, turn, right? And like the faces and all that. Little kids know how to pose. They all go through and you're like, whoa. Like that one is a mind, you know what, for me. when little kids are just conditioned, the parents will be like, hey, let me take a photo of you. And the kids immediately go into Instagram pose mode. And you're like, yikes. Dude, that is hardwired early in kids. And then you got to wonder, like, and then the kids like edit their photos. When you're 6 and 7, 8 years old and you're editing your photos to post, what does that do? What does that do for you?
You're going to be such a great old man. It's going to be great.
Like, can you imagine like what that does to your sense of self-worth and like what you actually look like? And then you're used to putting out, hey, this is me, but it's not what you look like. And then when you see yourself in the mirror or you see an undoctored photo of you, from a little kid's perspective, that can't be healthy. That can't be good and normal.
All right, we got a break. So none of us are narcissists because we don't put up our tree early. Although I'd kind of fight her on that.
She wants to put it up?
No, the psychologist.
Oh.
I don't know. That's kind of a dumb theory.
Bitch.
You know? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, but I
It's
see
a dumb
where,
theory.
I see where she's coming from.
Yeah, but a lot of people,
Some people just want to be in the holiday cheer. Yeah.
Yes. It's the only thing that makes them happy.
Yeah.
Because the world sucks. I'm like, well, might as well put up my Santa.
Now you've had enough.
Maybe it's just
Bitch.
that simple.
Maybe
all
it is
right.
that simple.
Coming up next, Tarantula Guy. Here's Buck.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, lots of news in the NFL today, including the New York Giants cutting Daniel Jones at the quarterback's request. He is still owed $69 million. The 49ers, meanwhile, going to be without Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa this Sunday when they visit Lambeau Field. Purdy out with an injured throwing shoulder. Brandon Allen will get the start at QB. The big matchup of the weekend is in Columbus on the college gridiron as number 5 Indiana visits number 2 Ohio State. They'll kick it off at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Buckeyes favored by 10.5. The winner of that game likely to play number 1 Oregon in the Big Ten championship game. At Reser Stadium Saturday, Washington State visits the Beavs. It's a 4 o'clock kickoff on the CW. The Cougs favored by 11.5. And the Blazers are getting their butts kicked in Houston. It is 79-60 with about 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Shaden Sharp leading the way for Portland with 13 points, but Dylan Brooks has 20 for the home Rockets. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes from Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new long sleeve tee and hoodies in your favorite college colors. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Well, guys, you can't really afford not to buy new windows for your house because right now at Window Nation, it is the biggest savings event of the year, and part of it is only for you listening right now. So, you can get 50% off all window styles at Window Nation right now. If you need new windows for your house, now is the best time of the year to get them. Lifetime warranty comes with it. They can install in a day or less. It's super easy, and your home will look so much nicer, and you'll save a bunch of money on your energy bills. So it could be double hung, sliders, bays, bows, doesn't matter. And you can enjoy more savings with 0% interest for 60 months. That is 5 whole years where you won't have to pay a dime of interest if you don't have all the cash to plunk down up front. That is a long time to stretch your dollar. Okay, and then the last little bit is only through their Black Friday deal, which is through December 1st. Our listeners here at The Fan will get an extra 10% off on top of the 50% off. You get 60% off if you are listening to this right now on new windows from Window Nation with their special Black Friday offer. But you got to hurry. This deal ends December 1. So there are 2 ways to get on their schedule for a free, no-obligation quote. They'll come out. They'll tell you how much it'll cost. You don't have to go through with it, but I bet you do. WindowNation.com. WindowNation.com or call them at 866-90-NATION. That is WindowNation.com or 866-90-NATION. And of course, you have to tell them you heard it from Isaac on The Fan.
Tomorrow on Portland CW.
think it's a really, really bad thing. I think it's really, really negative, and I think it's leaked in to parts of society and life that we didn't anticipate, and I just can't think of many positives. Rob turned me on to a documentary. What was that? What was the Instagram documentary?
The Instagram one. Well, I don't think it was
Well,
just.
it wasn't. It was about social media.
Social media.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one. Boy, I'm gonna have to look it up.
Yeah, it's really good, but at the same time, it's kind of spooky about like it.
Yeah,
I mean,
how they brainwash you. and
about how
stuff.
they. It's your.
I think
brain,
it's called The Social Dilemma.
The Social Dilemma.
It's on.
Oh,
Netflix.
I've seen that one. That one's good.
Yeah. There's people that like started
Very
in the
good.
early days of like Facebook and Instagram that want nothing to do with it. They're like, I'm telling you guys that they are. It is heroin, and you hear stories about like these kids, and again like anxiety levels and depression levels and
Well, they should play The Social Dilemma in schools.
Yes.
There's also another one that's really good. Have you guys seen The Great Hack? It's about basically how everyone agrees to all the terms and conditions of every app, and they take all your information. They end up just funneling more stuff that you're going to fall into right back to you.
Yeah.
It's it's fascinating.
Look, I mean, we're all entitled to do whatever, and I'm not saying that being on Instagram or having a bunch of followers, again, if you can make a living that way, more power to you. But like I've seen literally people that will tank their life, like really like ruin relationships, tank really significant aspects of their life for like 200 likes. Hey,
that's a lot of likes though.
Oh yeah, 200 likes. You know, and it's fascinating to me but it's in the documentary, they talk about that the like thing is literally like crack. Like it wires your brain, and there are people that they post something and then they sit there and update.
You get dopamine hits from it.
You get dopamine hits from it. And it's become just this weird, I don't know, it's become the new
And it becomes an addiction just like any other substance.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's kind of an addiction of narcissism. It's an addiction of look at me, like me, tell me I'm pretty.
It's an addiction of validation.
Tell me I'm awesome. Tell me I'm great. And this goes back to all when you see like on Facebook, the people that overly post about the family and the couple. And some of those people are just great people and they're awesome and they want to share. But so many of those people are covering up for, that's why you see on the Dateline shows, it's always the same thing. They seemed like the perfect couple. And like this lady is literally posting, messages about how it's the happiest family in the world and you can't, live without her husband. And the husband's been like beating her, or like they have this terrible relationship and the husband's just getting ready to, to murder her. I mean, I knew someone that went and got married and they post, and it's been a couple years, they post about their marriage, or this gal posts about her marriage all the time, continually. The wedding almost didn't happen multiple times. Like it got called off at the wedding. It was like the biggest disaster that you've ever seen. And it's like I said, the police have been called multiple. I mean, it's really bad stuff. And yet, if you were to look at that page, it is a nonstop, look how great my wedding was. And you're like, yeah, it's like, what is that?
To each their own.
Yeah, to each their own.
I'm one who thinks that if it wasn't social media, it'd be something else.
Probably.
It's just like.
Yeah, I know.
It's just, humans have always been this way.
Yeah, someone said in 30 years the kids will be, bitching about whatever.
Something new.
Something new. It's the old when you see people like, it's like people show photos of people on the subway staring at their phone, but then they go back 50 years and it's people staring at newspapers.
Well, humans haven't changed.
No.
But I'm with you that social media doesn't help us.
Yeah.
I mean, but the pendulum swings back and forth with humanity all the time.
Yeah.
We're progressing, we're falling back, we're advancing, we're devolving. I just feel like it's kind of always been this way.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is just the newest incarnation.
This is the newest thing.
Yeah.
And there will be something
like
next.
Elvis was going to be the thing that was going to ruin kids forever, and then it was like what? Then rock and roll and the Beatles, and then it was metal with the and then it was rap, and then it was it's
as long as we're just educating people, or at least trying to educate people that want education about what these things really do. then it's like you're just an idiot if you fall. You know what I mean?
No
like,
harm, no foul. Like
yeah.
you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the concussion stuff. Like at this point, you know the information's out.
All right. Well, I had a tarantula story, but it's gonna have to wait till next week. What are we doing next? Probably wrapping this bitch up.
Yeah, for about 30 seconds.
All right, we'll be right back on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the Fan.
Gabriel back to throw. Looks, pressure comes, going to run, throw it downfield. He's got Holden. He's got it. First down is stumbling down the sideline inside the 25-yard line. Trayshawn Holden.
Pre-game, game action, and post-game coverage of the Ducks' first Big Ten season is brought to you by Coors Light, Pacific Office Automation, Mods PDX, Unitas Community Credit Union, and by Zoom Care. The Ducks play here. 1080. The Fan.
The most wonderful time of the year. The Portland Winterhawks are in the holiday spirit and ready for tonight's annual toy drive game. Help our community by bringing unwrapped toys like sporting goods, board games, and dolls and donate them at the game. Get your tickets now at winterhawks.com.
Bellagio's Pizza, a local favorite since 1996. This is Mike Barrett. There are 13 locations in our area now, and it's never been easier to order. You can order online or download the Bellagio's app and start building loyalty reward points. Bellagio's has stayed loyal to their customers by still making their famous dough and sauce daily in Wilsonville. I love that they've stayed true to their brand and culture, and you can taste it. Locally owned, proud, and grateful. Bellagio's Pizza, the very best.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in